Hello and welcome back to Final Fantasy XIV, Endwalker. Does sound ominous enough? Endwalker. Endwalker. I've never been any good at those. Well, tonight we're picking up right where we left off. We're about to leave the Unsundered world. We have learned everything we need. What causes this apocalypse, what's causing it, why the Kali Yuga is happening, why Armageddon seem to be working here. Unfortunately, this also, since we now know it comes from outer space, this also means no choice. Even if we were to escape using the Laporet's ship, it's not happening. This means that we're actually working a lot on something that wouldn't even work. But maybe it's not to escape, it's to reach and defeat those things. Negative emotions. And of course, being Final Fantasy IV themed always made me wonder, or are we going to see Zeromus? That'd be interesting. Or maybe even in Sin or Yevon? Probably not. I was just... But that hadn't been on my mind since I thought with all the Sin Eaters maybe Sin himself would show up. No, he'd not. Oh well. But I did go to thinking more about the supposedly fairness of Hermes' plan. After all, Hermes claims to wants to be really fair, but the thing is, it's established he never wrote down any of his project work, and he never spoke with anyone about it, not to mention, we're after he already started it, yet he wanted to make sure we had no information. Part of me wonders if perhaps that he doesn't care about being fair, he just wanted to make sure we had absolutely no way of getting the information we'd need to stop the apocalypse. The end of the world. Unfortunately, I'm probably overthinking it, really. What don't I overthink, right? I'm probably thinking too hard for someone who can't even remember who is so out of it he couldn't even remember the location of the confluences in his own building, so yeah, it's probably a bit much. But we need to get this information. Unfortunately, I have the feeling it's going to be very bad when we get back there. And like I said last time, I'm still concerned about Xenos since everything is going to be completed as of this expansion's final story. They directly stated the Path storyline will begin a new story arc. And I must say, I am genuinely looking forward to how they write things now that they can no longer take the easy way out and be all... Oh, right, I need to... Actually, you know what? I'm going to start using these right now. 86 use. Yeah, they can't go, oh, it was the Empire all along, it was the Astians all along. No, they have to start getting creative now. Alright, let's see here. There are some that I need to drop here. No. I can't use those yet. I can drop them if I need to, though. Bending. Okay, I need those. I do not have any other caster at 80, so no point in keeping these. Yes, you have all come to see the excitement of me managing my inventory. I'm sure you are going to have a very enjoyable time watching me manage this inventory here. Why do I have this? Alright. Unfortunately, while I did think Xenos could go do something interesting with the witches, the blasphemies, my problem, upon thinking about it last night after I stopped streaming, they need to get rid of Heidelin before this expansion ends because they said they're going to be closing off everything. And having Zodiark without Heidelin is unfortunately, well, that would be fitting, wouldn't it? A fight against Zodiark and then a fight against Heidelin. And while that would unfortunately be a bit of a repeat of the Stormblood finish, that would conveniently finish off both Xenos and Heidelin and raise the stakes for how we need to save the world, and we don't even have her we can turn to for guidance for what little she can even offer anymore. So, unfortunately, I'm going to have to prepare for... Wait, that looks like an Ishgard. Alright, several cutscenes will play in sequence. Your time in this age is drawn to an end upon speaking several cutscenes. Before I get started there, let me just check in here one last time. Obviously, I can teleport back here anytime I feel like it, but... Pardon? Why, yes, this is appropriate, Leon. I know not where it is you intend to go from here, but I suggest waiting for your master. Helanikos. Oh, who might you be? A lost familiar? Oh, I do wish you wouldn't stare. Does it surprise you to see someone whose visage remains unshrouded? Apparently, it was their culture to hide their face under most circumstances, and they only do it here because they don't want to. Apparently they don't want to risk one of the creations disguising itself as one of them and leaving. Alright, here we are. This is gonna be pretty heavy stuff. Let's prepare. Let's go.
So, it is within. The portal that brought you hither, and will take you home.
So only we and Heidelin remember anything from this. Are you sure I shouldn't stay and help you for what little I can?
I appreciate your sentiment. I truly do. But 'tis a very long game that we must now play.
Indeed. Now that the meteors have all flown off, it's going to be difficult because, like I said before, the game made extremely clear that Hermes never spoke with anyone about his plans, nor did he ever write any of it down. And since he erased his own memory, even he will have no idea of what they're capable of or anything like that. He won't have any fine details. So, yeah, he made sure to erase any possibility that we could find them, despite him saying it's to be a fair judgment. In fact, by erasing us, he's basically trying to erase even our memories. He's clearly trying to declare a do-over after the test has already started. Oh, you got the answers to your test? Well, I declare it hasn't even started yet. Now you need to do it all again with a completely different set of answers, with a completely different test. Yeah, sorry, Professor. No teacher's allowed to do that after a test has already started.
And while you have maintained a stable presence here thus far, there are dangers in lingering over long.
That's true. I only exist in my current form because I was directly given some power by Hades, who, well, has established he's absurdly powerful even by the standards of the ancients. So of course he could do something that theoretically no one else could. So we don't know, but we know how long it's gonna last.
You must return to your own battlefield. Make use of the knowledge you have attained, that your days here and our friends' sacrifice be not in vain. With Meteion free to pursue her designs, 'tis only a matter of time until the final days are upon us.
The final boss, I don't think it's going to be Meteion directly, but her and all of her sisters combined, which is why I do wonder, because technically speaking, Zoromus from Final Fantasy IV, which this expansion has made a lot of reference to, was both technically an amalgamation of all negative feelings, or at least of those particular areas they specialized in, but I guess I'll find out soon enough. But unfortunately, we're going to be...
We must be ready. From fortifying our defenses to securing our escape, there is much to be done.
And unfortunately, since Medion intends to bring the gift of death to all of existence, we now know that we can't simply escape her by using the spaceship Heidelin created. I
In
think
spite of this, we cannot allow the report that set this calamity in motion to become common knowledge. Were the masses to learn the fates of the other stars, I fear the situation would spiral out of our control.
yeah, the depression of having their entire races wiped out was pretty rough on Medion, who was especially he is sensitive to emotions. But Hermes didn't fare much better, and I doubt too many ancients would be able to feel better. But
I must carefully consider who can be trusted and bring them into the fold. Ordinarily, I wouldn't hesitate to call upon the 14. However, it was the desire for a fair determination that drove Hermes to attempt to erase our memories. And were he made aware of his actions, there is no telling whether he would remain a friend or become a foe.
I guess the Amon Fandaniel wasn't too far off from the Hermes Fandaniel after all. That's a little depressing. I'm not gonna lie there. But honestly, I don't think he could help us even if he did remain a friend and want to help to stop his past self's mad scheme. Because at the end of the day, all the knowledge he needed to stop it was lost when he erased his own memory. He has no way of doing it.
Alternately, we might try to alienate him from the convocation. Yet in doing so, we would deprive ourselves of a brilliant mind who would be invaluable in the crises to come.
For better for worse, Elidibus directly states that he was a major player in their surviving the final days until they were able to create Zodiarcs, so for all the trouble he caused up to this point, his new self at least did a decent amount to try and help undo it.
Quite the dilemma. Which is why I must work independently of the convocation. Regardless of how we proceed, if we are to permanently avert the final days, we must be equal to Hermes' challenge. We must prove that mankind is worthy to exist.
We also need to stop Meteos from judging the others. Judging creations we didn't even make, and that I'm sure, or that at least could have. Judging one's own creations is a very interesting point that Hermes brought up, but judging one's not even created. Well, that's my phone. Oh, nothing important, unfortunately. For better for worse. Well, for better for worse rather than unfortunately, but yeah.
And this hinges, I think, on how we confront the all-consuming despair that accompanies a senseless and seemingly inevitable end.
Well, if nothing else, something that can prevent despair is something positive out of all this. We at least know that this is not a natural, oh, planets always die after a certain point. No, Meteos and the others are explicitly causing this. And that means we need to stop them. So the good news is there is indeed a problem that can be solved by simply hitting it hard enough. And luckily, I am very good at that.
Bewildered and divided, we would perish like the peoples of those celestial ruins. We could not hope to survive the final days, much less take the battle to Meteion at her nest. We must find a way to defeat despair, to unite and prepare as many as possible for the struggle ahead. Heavy will weigh the burden of guiding this legion of souls. Yet I have faith in mankind's potential. As long as he believes in himself, there is naught he cannot achieve. So I will not give up on him. On us. You may find your world to be very different. Or perhaps the erasure of our friends' memories has sown the seeds of a conjunction between us.
It's possible. This also means that It's possible that the current Azem may have turned her down because there was because she requested them to, maybe? We remember they were originally gonna have Zem be the heart of Heidelin, but they turned it down and did not join either. That might have actually been at Venar's request. So,
We
yes.
cannot know until the moment is at hand. So shall I strive to do my best, taking naught for granted as I walk my path.
Okay, so now we know why Elidibus was all, I saw you. Wait, no, I didn't. Wait. It's because he's, as the heart of Zodiark, that means he has the heart of all those that were sacrificed, including Hythlodaeus, who was here and saw us and lost his memory. But he would have gotten it back once he went to the Ethereal Sea. Oh, and this also explains what happened at the end with Hades and Shadowbringers when Hades came back to help us against Elidibus in the end. At first we speculated that perhaps he foresaw his own end and decided to leave us behind, but it's also possible that he might have, when he returned to the Ethereal Sea, he got his memories back, because remember the little demonstration that when memories are tampered with, you can see they can be restored to their true form when entering the Ethereal Sea. Yeah. And as such, it's possible he got them back then and decided to make sure we'd be able to get those stones, including the Stone of Azem, which we are still using to this current day. It certainly changed a lot of the context of the Shadowbringers events, that's for sure.
And I pray you walk with me to the end. As you move forward, so too will I. As will all, resolved to fight for the morrow. And when mankind has found the strength to stand against despair, we shall silence the song of oblivion. She who sings it will learn our journey is far from over. This I promise. Fare you well, my light of the future, till we meet again.
Time to return to the Oculus, the place I was before. And we now know that just how much we can truly trust Heidelin as well. Now I return to the Oculus. We've learned everything we need to stop Armageddon. What causes it, why it's happening. Poor Hermes, he just wanted a creature that can help them understand the emotion and read and control emotions better. But in doing so, Medion's powers to project emotions on others meant that she can amplify their despair until they transform into monsters. Presumably other extremes as well, but the fact
From
that...
this day forth, I shall strive to bring honor to the seat of Vandania.
To his credit, he does at least do a lot to try and help undo the damage he did, but when I receive back, please tell me not much time has passed. Please tell me that where in my timeline very little time passed since when I left and when I returned. But that's not the case, is it? Oh no, that's Heidel during the final days. Can I help her? No. Even she'd say that their time has passed. Sirs. Amaro. Final days.
Even now, I remember standing there, locked in a moment where the sky is aflame. Where stars fall as tears, and screams darken the seas. Where resignation rots the trees. Where terror twists magics into abominations.
Abominations had to be made from the creation magic because the ancients were far too powerful.
Such is the lament of they who have gone before.
Oh, dang.
The song of they who tried and failed to create a better world.
I think I was about to be half the man he used to
Of
be.
the end. That which hides at the edge of the universe is no longer Hope's creation.
They go forward with the Zodiac Initiative.
It is hopelessness incarnate. That day, mankind saw half of its number sacrificed to bring forth Zodiac. And covering the star in a shroud of ether, we forestalled the final days. Yet the cries echoed still. We wept for innocence lost, wailed for death inevitable. A reality too terrible to bear.
It's never even realized it was
And
him
for too
caused it.
many who sought comfort in gilded memories of joyful days and tranquil nights.
Shame.
This is all wrong. Why must we suffer so?
It needn't be like this. No. There must be a way to restore things to the way they were. To reclaim the perfect paradise we once had.
No, my friends. Suffering exists, and we cannot pretend otherwise. No civilization, however great, could eliminate it. If we would live, we must accept it as our constant companion. Let us not seek to forget this tragedy. Let us carry it in our hearts, that we may grow stronger and know true happiness.
What doesn't kill you makes you stronger.
We can't accept it. We won't accept it. It will be ours again. A world free of sorrow.
No, it will not. For there has ever been sorrow. Mankind was but spared its biting sting for a time. So please, open your eyes. To try and reclaim those lives we lost by sacrificing yet more isn't wisdom. It is weakness.
So this is what leads to the creation of
No
Hydrant.
paradise is without its shadows. If we cannot accept this truth and learn from our pain, then our plight shall be repeated.
O mighty Zodiac! God, born of our boundless faith, we bid you, hear our prayer. Accept this offering of lives, and deliver unto us the lives we once had. Deliver unto us the days of old, the days when the star was a font of love, and we knew naught but bliss.
Just go ahead. What you doing with the sword?
would destroy it? Our beautiful world?
Lands that stretched on forever. Skies one could drown in. The heartbeat of nature, silent yet strong. And amidst it all, a people. Beacons of light and life. Laughter that warmed my heart like naught else before. They are my meaning and my purpose. My love. In spite of, or perhaps because of this, I choose to believe in mankind's potential, in his ability to find a way forward. So let there be no way back. From that temptation, I sunder us. No more shall man have wings to bear him to paradise. Henceforth, he shall walk. All is excruciating pain. I breathe fire and torment.
Everyone has our limits. But
I birth a world of suffering to mire and plague.
Shouldn't be surprised she's the most supportive jobs in the entire game.
In one fleeting moment, lives come and go, ever moving towards the unknown.
Paladin, White Mage, and Dancer.
And in that fleeting moment, they cry for the answer to the question. Why, given life, are they meant to suffer, to die? As fragmented, imperfect beings, yours is a never-ending quest.
Song had a completely different meaning.
A quest to find your purpose, knowing your end is assured. To find the strength to continue when all strength has left you. To find joy, even as darkness descends.
Dang, it's good I was in that outfit. I really do mirror her
And amidst
perfectly.
deepest despair, light everlasting.
Should have stayed a lot more quiet during that, but it's just heavy stuff. So
A conjunction has begun to form, an intertwining of your time and mine. When you truly understand what is at stake,
It's a bit loud.
and your journey has prepared you to surmount the insurmountable,
It's now.
then shall I honor the promise made in another time, another age.
So that's what she meant. So we did create a sort of stable time loop out of all this. Ugh, my aching back. Oh, guess I'd best get up. Well, I now have what we need. We need to track down Meteos and her sisters and defeat them. Nest. They seem to be the opposite of the Phoenix, since the Phoenix represents life, but what's the opposite? Doesn't come to mind, I suppose. Even another famous bird from Final Fantasy, Quetzalcoatl. But that was a boss for using a dungeon, so it can't be them. Then again, they only really appeared in, well, plenty of some spirits have only in this game have only appeared in a few previous ones. Alright, we have a lot to tell the Scions. This is gonna be a lot to give them, but we absolutely have to do this. And I'm willing to bet it's gonna immediately take me to level 88 quests after this, so... Alright. Now, let us tell them what everything is going on. We have an accurate turn of it, not exactly when needed, and this is no exception. Well, I'm a bit nervous. There's 88 and 89 are the only places left to have the second trial, and each expansion so far has always had 2. And that's why I'm suspecting we're about to see Xenos return, and unfortunately he's probably going to deprive us of our last ally. If from the ancient times. What impeccable timing as always. I heard you were off in the first as a part of our efforts to investigate the final days. Well, as so often to be the case, while you were away, we had a few developments, which we can discuss in just a moment. For now, however, I cannot tell you how wonderful it is to have you back. Carry our song. As the heavens burn. They changed the, kind of interesting they changed the achievements thing entirely, but I don't dislike it. Yeah, the achievements are all songs, are all lyrics from the song for the theme for the main theme of the expansion. Ah, keep tripping over my own words. 88, I absolutely need this, now. Though you and Kryle both have news to share, hers is perhaps more urgent. Oh, crap, time passed while I was away, didn't it? So, have you learned aught more of the final days? Yes, I've learned everything we need. And the journey was well worth the risk. No doubt your newfound knowledge will be a great boon to us all. Unfortunately, during time on the First, events here have taken a turn for the worse. The Scions are running themselves ragged trying to contain the spread of the blasphemies, but it's a losing battle. Trying to ascertain the here and why of it, Alisaie and Alphino have been traveling all over. Of the reason they visited, Locus Amnomius was one of the worst affected. Thancred, Estina, and Graha each took a detachment of allied soldiers there to offer aid and succor to those in need. But the province is vast. They only managed to visit a handful of coastal villages. It was an accomplishment worth celebrating, but still dropping the bucket at best. In the meantime, Stola and Master Matoya have been making all efforts to contact Hyel in the Ethereal Sea, but to no avail. Tataru and we've been keeping a close eye on the forum. When I gather, they're constructing a vessel to ferry people to the moon, an ambitious project that's likely been years, if not decades, in making. However, we've seen no sight of it thus far. I suspect it's still incomplete. You'll also recall the proposal issued to the people of Razat Han. Following the discussion, Vitra declared his support for the plan and urged those who wish to evacuate to accept the invitation. So far so good, but this is where things get a little strange. Apparently, the forum caught wind of the lunar teleporter and decided to use it to deliver people instead of their ship. Therefore, to secure safe passage of refugees, they traveled to Garlemald not long ago. Trouble is, the capital is hardly the safest place to begin with, and now... the final days have come to Garlemald. Shortly after our friends arrived, they were sent to rendezvous with Master Fortuno. Then panic broke out and our communication was severed. We're fragments we were able to make out before the link shell went silent. We can only assume the phenomenon has spread to the capital. others need you, Coda. Please help them. Having you there will make the difference, I am sure of it. Camp Broken Glass was the first port call, so you best start there. Hopefully Lucia will know where they are. There's no telling what you'll be walking into, so you'd best take every possible precaution. Unfortunately, we'll have to tell the Forum that the plan is not going to work. Whatever planet the people evacuate to, the Meteos will just cause it there next. Here comes a fight. Well, here we are. This is our best gear so far. Coda, not a moment too soon. The skies over Gollum are ablaze, but the events on the ground that concern me. Have you heard your fellow Scions arrived ahead of you? We cut the customary greeting short after we received word our troops in Glacies and the Forum's airship had landed. It was then the heavens began to burn. I dispatched all your friends at once to ensure the refugees come to no harm. I'll have you join them immediately. Additional support's on route, but we can discuss that. Trust you're ready to depart? Let's go. This is likely going to be the biggest fight prior to the final boss, so let's prepare. Earlier on Magna Glacies. Monsters. This is a flashback, so we can't save anyone who gets killed here.
No. No. We were promised an escape. Not to save you, we fled.
I shall not meet my final days here in this blasted waste. Calm yourselves. Your panic is our greatest enemy. Come, we must build a line of defense.
How? Leave the fighting to us, Father. You must lead the people to safety.
I do like that some people aren't saved, but some people are saved. It really gives you a case that it's not that the big damn heroes thing doesn't work. It's just that there's just too many of them for it to be consistent. So
I can handle this pair. You shall tend to the refugees. Let us be about it.
oh, I'm gonna play as a Stinian, aren't I? That'll be fun.
As you wish, my little lord.
Or am I playing as... Oh, I'm playing as Alphino. Usually it zooms in on who you're playing as, so it's... Coming badly, fight as...
the beast's attention. See to the wounded. Help is at hand. Leave it to me.
Diagnosis. Levier diagnosis. Oh no. No, they're falling into despair, that means... home by fair. Alphino, do what you can.
Those who can stand, come with me!
Everyone's turning, all is lost. Calm the distressed refugee.
You're safe now.
Role playing. Now go as fast as you can.
Easy now. Deep breaths.
For you, my life. Our allies will see you to safety.
Worry not for the refugees, but for yourself.
Protect the refugees. Just what we need. I just have to follow Estinian. Yeah. That is the nice thing about CPU allies, is they will get it done right. Won't be so annoying. Hope my newfound abilities are enough. Probably heal myself, shouldn't I? Starting to get the hang of those things. Deadly tentacles.
Someone, please!
What?
Crap, those things are huge. Did it just headbutt him? I guess I could crush him, that's pretty bad.
No. Don't. I don't want to die.
Forward! Let not a single fiend escape!
Even the Garleans are working with us.
Wait, that's... Euless and the army. So, you've recovered then?
In time enough to be of aid, for once. We can speak of it more later. For now, we must fight! To repay your salvation in kind, or with better! For Garlemald has her pride!
Of that I've no doubt.
The gods. Of all possible saviors, the Imperial Army.
The remnants of it, at least. But yes. I mean, the world's coming to an end. Certainly some strange allies.
I had hoped to take all of them down at once.
Dang it, your timing was off.
Think a withdrawal might be in order?
Oh, sod that. You know who would never abandon these people to their fate. To be devoured by their former friends. That'd be beyond cruel. These beasts must fall here and now.
Well then, I'd say it's high time we threw caution to the winds.
So long as you spare me the heroic sacrifices. Now, let's go!
Looks like I'm playing Alisay now. In the coming battle, you will fight as Alisay. You've lost too many. Here, grow with me. Scorch combo. Alisay really doesn't like AoE spells, it seems. Here. No way to break the chain of transformations. Oh dang, that's a really good AoE. I like the new AoE Scorch has. It didn't have it back. I believe Shadowbringers it was so simply being blue. Watch out, Alisay. This one's not like the rest. Beast calls down a rain of meteors, deadly impact.
Today.
See if I care, I won't back down. I would say to the other side. Where does he go to? So I'll go to this one then. There it comes again. Now's our chance. Understood.
I'm not done yet.
Nothing to worry about.
Nothing to worry about.
The air crackles with energy. Find cover!
Alright.
As they say, turnabout fair play.
I'll finish this one combo and then use it. Vermilion Pledge.
On guard.
I did notice that in Trust Battles, Alice has a unique limit break now. There we go. It's not a big deal, but I do like the little personal touches they give.
There's not the barest trace of ether. Maybe there really is no way to bring them back.
Not made of ether, they're made of dynamis. So this
Thank you for saving our lives once again. I remember you from Purusha. You helped us there too, didn't you?
Ah, you're from Palaka's stand. I'm glad you're still in one piece. Or you will be, once I see to that injury of yours.
just melting.
Look out!
Recreating the scene from the trailer.
Get out of here! Quickly! I won't lose them! Not a one! This will be a brighter future! I won't let a madman's apocalypse ruin everything we've fought to achieve!
Get it together, Alize. You're embarrassing yourself. And in front of Father, no less. You might never measure up to our champion. But we ask too much of him as it is. You mustn't let our sword in the darkness fight alone.
What's that All Might quote? There's no need to fear, my friends, for I am here. As besides, why should ever give your squaw regiment? Well, all the same, you've done well in my absence. I think that's what Alice needs to hear more than anything else right now.
You know.
Of course. That's why I said you've done well in my absence. You guys need to hold down the fort while I was gone, and you did so wonderfully.
Everything's in order? I trust?
We have all the answers. Now all that's left is to put it all into action.
I've had enough of this rabble! Come on!
Your time is here, and I shall ferry you across the
Three
river
over the
space.
ages.
Oh yeah, look how much this is melting compared to Alisaie and Graha. Black Star? Oh, no, my friend. You're not getting that off.
I had a feeling I'd find you here. This should be the last of the worst troublemakers. With me!
Now you will enjoy the full wrath of my no-click combo. Broke it. Thank you, my friend. Dang, the Reaper is satisfying. I forgot to use my skill when it went on cooldown. Oh well. Not a big deal. Shield up. Once it breaks, it'll heal everyone. Standing with Alisaie wasn't a bad idea.
Where were we?
Oh, yeah. Here we go. Oh yeah. Sliced him up. Dang, Reaper is really satisfying to play.
You must board without delay. The ship will depart ere long.
Your offer to host us in Sharlayan is most appreciated. But will the final days not soon fall upon it as well?
Your hesitation is not unwarranted. The satrap entrusted me with your lives, yet I have failed your comrades. Nor are you wrong to fear that this corruption will continue to spread. I cannot promise you complete safety, even in my homeland. What I can promise is that I will do all in my power to protect you. That power is not inconsiderable. Even now, my countrymen are preparing the vessel that will deliver us to a sanctuary on the moon. Join us on our journey there, and beyond to new horizons. come to old Charlian. Please.
We would be fools to refuse such a generous offer made in earnest.
It seems they've a new destination.
The people of Radzat-Han have known too much suffering. The march to Garlemald will only bring them more, short though it may be.
I quite agree. Fortunately, they have you to look after them.
Yes. Well,
Behind you! Just there!
More of them.
Xenos. What are you up to? I knew we'd be dealing with you before much
Xenos!
longer.
Here!
You'll be all right. Hurry to the airship.
I know Xenos isn't here to help, so what exactly are you here for, my friend?
Why have you come?
A heretofore unseen beast. 'Twas ripe for the slaying. Poor sport, alas. Unfit to temper my blade.
Oh, for the love of... You cannot still be on about a rematch.
That is and has ever been my sole concern. You, on the other hand, are fixated on a different quarry. Your passion pales before mine. Yet neither hate nor despair seems sufficient to recapture your misdirected bloodlust. So, I hone my blade, and I wait.
That's it. That's all you care about. Garlemald is in ruins. Our homeland, the nation you rule, is as good as gone. Along with so many of its people. Not just soldiers like us. Not only those who fought and killed for power and duty. Innocent civilians. Murdered by their own flesh and blood. Lost and confused as they breathed their last. While we who survived with our lives and minds intact were left to freeze to death. The Eorzeans tell me all this was your doing! You slaughtered your countrymen! You did! For what?
For nothing, in the end. So much wasted effort.
Oh yeah, even his nameplate changed to Viator Galvus since he's officially lost his title.
You bastard!
For your own sake, Eulus, you must control your anger.
That's right, we can't let him fall to despair or he'll change.
It will serve no one should it consume you and see you transformed.
Thanos is not worth it. Xenos. Yeah, it's supposed to be pronounced Xenos.
Would you be happier had I a good reason?
What?
I don't think there is any.
If my motives met with your approval, would you no longer resent the outcome? If so, then perhaps a beast's skin would suit you better. Duty, honor, morality. All constructs of convenience when put to proof. Surely the war taught you how easily power becomes the tool of the self-righteous. How the people's justice was merely a means to their ends? Yet you would ask me why. Ask any creature of this star and those above for answers, and they will tell you what suits their fancy. And they would be right to do so. What meaning there is to be found in the petty vicissitudes of your existence must be gleaned by you, and you alone.
Now there's a $5 word right there. I know Xenos isn't exactly a poet, so he must have a word of the day calendar and felt he needed to find a way to put that in his conversation today somewhere.
Should you seek it in battle in the fruitless pursuit of my demise, then come. Assume your rightful place as a notch on my blade.
Don't fall for it. There are much more important things than a petty battle. That's the reason why we're not.
A blight on the Garlean race, and there would be no more satisfying way to expunge it than by beating you to death.
Actually,
But I will not be party to another tragedy. I refuse to lose anyone else because of you.
that's for the best.
So go. Go! And may we never suffer your madness again!
Xenos! Perhaps you found meaning in living this way. I cannot deny you found strength. Yet if you only pursue your hedonistic pleasures and pay no heed to the plight of others, then no one will give you the time of day. You will never get what you want, not even the battle you pine for so dearly. You'll be alone for an eternity, and you'll deserve every agonizing second of it.
Guess he's not too bothered by the thought of being alone. They should just fight and take him out, but at the same time, what would that even prove? What would that accomplish? I guess we won't have to worry about him in the future, but at the same time...
We're ready to depart. The refugee ships will be leaving shortly, but I've asked mine to remain for the time being. There's room enough for you to join me on it, if you wish. Do contain your surprise. I needn't agree with the Scion's methods or intentions to acknowledge that their deeds are deserving of gratitude.
Yeah, it's been established he doesn't hate us or anything, he
We
just...
appreciate the offer. But might I ask why you are delaying your departure? I presume it is not solely for our benefit.
I must visit Garlemald ere we return to Sharlayan. Having caused such an uproar, it is only meet that I explain myself to the Ilzabard contingent.
Allow us to accompany you then. We should be glad to facilitate, given our familiarity with all concerned.
We can't prevent everyone from turning to
If you would
witches.
like to join as well, Euless, we can speak of recent events on the way.
Yeah, we need to catch up on everything.
He'll be after your seat on the forum next.
He'll be after your seat on the forum next. Leave it to Justinian to know just with how to mess with someone. Well, this ended about as well as it possibly could have, given the circumstances. The final day should manifest here, too, after everything these people have suffered. It's a fate cruel beyond words. Nevertheless, with allies old and new, there's yet reason to be hopeful. It's been a while since we last spoke. For some time I was not myself. Lucia and the others told me what happened that night, about the events that took place while I was receiving treatment. It was only then I realized the length you and yours go to. I know I might never be able to repay you, but damned if I don't try. And most of all, I want to thank you, all of you, for everything you've done and continue to do for the sake of my people. At the very least, I'm glad our own members are accounted for. This is the contingent's base of operations, I take it? We couldn't save them all, but if we arrived any later, it would have been a massacre. Things were looking bleak until you and the First showed up. Though there will be time later to discuss your journey of the First, there's one thing I must ask. Did you perchance speak with our friends in the Crystarium? Yeah. Lena and Becklu both warned me against overexerting myself. Strange they would express such similar sentiments, identical in fact, but their advice is duly noted. To see Zenos standing there so uncaring and unrepentant, I don't know what came over me. I just blurted out the first thing that came to mind, but looking back on it, I stand by those words. Oh, I know exactly how you feel, Alice. Hey, sometimes I do that, and I think, you know what? I might have been a bit harsh, but I stand by that. I would say I hope they don't incite him to further villainy, but to be honest, I doubt he even remembers what I said. Anyway, enough about all that. It's good to see you again. Now, let's get my shiny new scythe. Oh wait, there's too many in here. Toss this into the inventory because I don't need that. Those are fine. Weathered. Okay, these are the artifact gear, which means I can get them back anytime I want. Here we are. Dang, do all these have ridiculous shoulder pads? Never mind, this is all fine. Oh wait, no. Oh, there's another buzzsaw scythe. Oh yeah, I should probably make the weapon visible again. There we are. Lucy is taking stock of the present situation.
No major injuries then. Good. I briefed the recovered soldiers and sent them on their way as quickly as I could, but nevertheless feared they would not make it in time.
The additional support was invaluable. Your men saved more than a few lives. though not all, I regret to say.
I take it that I'm addressing Lucia Junius. I'm the Forum's envoy, Fortuneau Leveilleur. And you are owed an explanation for these most dire developments.
We should probably mention everything now that we can, just because we now know what the final days are bringing about.
Another trial wrought by the final days. I was beginning to suspect as much. You doubtless feel some consternation having been forced to abandon your original plan. But trust me when I say you were right to send the refugees elsewhere. Beasts have been sighted within the capital. Perhaps it was a stroke of grim fortune that the population was decimated beforehand, as they've yet to appear in any great number, but in time. In any case, Maxima leads the remainder of the contingent in an effort to cull the creatures and evacuate the populace as we speak. Once the airships have taken to the skies, I pray your men can be persuaded to join him.
You'll permit us to retain our weapons?
I wouldn't have sent you after the Scions were I expecting you to stab them in the back.
And I, for one, would not consider past transgressions more relevant than future contributions. Regardless of the circumstances that saw us at odds before, we need men of courage now, more than ever.
We swore to defend Garlemald, and so we shall.
It seems you have everything under control. You will excuse me then, for mine own duties await.
A moment, Master Fortuneau. You did desire to express your appreciation for services rendered, did you not?
I did. Though if you intend to again ask that Charlian alter its course, you will find my gratitude insufficient.
'Tis nothing so onerous. I wish to hear the details of this grand endeavor of yours.
Do you swear to listen and to learn, and not to embark upon some scheme to impede us?
We have no intent to stop you, but for the record, your plan may not actually work, based on our new information.
I swear.
Any other, I would doubt. But you, I trust to keep your word. For not once have you broken it. Very well. I will request that the Forum make you privy to our plans. You may await our summons at the Baldessian Annex, assuming the decision is in your favor. Does that suffice?
It does. You have my thanks.
Excellent. You can regale us with tales of your most recent sojourn to the First while we wait. Did you hear something just now?
Fall apart. How can they be here? Even our character. Putting away.
Where is this star's blasted pudding?
Dawn may banish even the darkest night, and to this bitter clime bring warmth and comfort. 'Tis heartening to see such an assembly upon my return. I thought often of you whilst I looked down upon our star's brilliance from the moon above.
Yes, but what are you doing here? And dressed like that? Aren't you cold?
Verily, I fear for my health should I proceed to expound upon our purpose ere I procure more suitable garments.
Allow me to summarize. We're here because none of you lot are up there. Nor has anyone deigned to send word about any changes in the plans. It's rude, is what it is. At least that's what I thought at first, but then folks got to wondering if you weren't in a spot of bother, so we decided to take matters into our own hands. Come down here and help, if our help be needed. So she says, but it's also something of a convenient excuse to visit Aetheris. Oriange made it sound absolutely marvelous. More so before the impending doom, but still. And it's not like there will ever be a better time. What with the aforementioned doom?
Marvellous, they say, yet not an ounce of pudding to be found. I must suffer Oriange's inferior works no more.
Hey! Maybe consider the plight of present company before you go blathering on about pudding and doom? Ahem. As I was saying, should you require any assistance with whatever, we are at your disposal. We were born from Hydaelyn's love for the lives of this star, so naturally we would much prefer to see them continue. Twiddling our thumbs up on the moon is hardly conducive to that, though, is it? Not when you've all got such precious thoughts and feelings and hopes for the future deserving of more active preservation. Speaking to Oriange made us realize that while we've carried out our duties to the letter, we've failed to fulfill them in spirit. From there, it was just a hop, skip, and a jump towards resolving to do better. So please, show us how. Help us help you.
Forgive me, but are they...
Thy distant collaborators, indeed.
Hail, fellow! Well met! You'd be a member of the Forum, would you? It's an honor and a pleasure to meet you at last. I'm Livingway, Hydaelyn's right paw. That last bit is very important. As am I, if I may humbly say so myself.
I, bid you welcome to our star, Livingway. On behalf of the Forum, I thank you for traveling such a distance to meet us.
The spacefaring vehicle's not ready yet, then this would be the perfect opportunity to get workers.
As you have surmised, preparations for the Exodus have not proceeded as smoothly as we had hoped. I should be happy to personally escort you to our headquarters in Sharlayan, where you may advise us as you deem fit.
'Twas with reluctance that I set aside the great work of readying the moon for habitation. Be assured that I did so only after the Loperites made plain their earnest desire to come hither, and I myself felt a growing certainty that their contributions here would prove invaluable. 'Tis trite, perhaps, but I followed my heart.
Good to have the disciples banish this darkest of nights.
I am no esteemed philosopher of eld. Nevertheless, 'tis my hope that what little knowledge I shared shall serve them well, and perchance help save us all. Will thou attend us at the Forum and lend thine own wisdom?
Yeah. Now that we have absolutely everything we need to stop the final
If
days.
that's all quite settled, can we start moving before Urianger catches his death? Even I'm freezing out here.
Oh, I dare say you'll warm up quickly once you're aboard the airship. Sat shoulder to shoulder with our fur-covered friends.
Nice, they teleported me directly to, Charlian. That's convenient. I dare say Master Fortuno is nonplussed that we learn the identity. Was as nonplussed as we used to learn the identity of Heidelin's lunar custodians. He will soon discover they have much more and more to offer the forum. May I suggest we return to the Annex? We may have time to discuss thy recent adventures ere we are summoned to the rostra. Oh hey, that's a Dragoon. Same gear as me because, you know, Dragoons and Reapers share gear. Alright, now we need to immediately give everyone the information about the final days. What they are and how to stop them is going to be very difficult. Not that I'm complaining, Urianger, but I wasn't expecting to see you quite so soon. Nor I thee. In extolling the virtues of Aetherides, I did inadvertently awaken the reports of desire to avert our beloved star's demise. Kryl tells us you've obtained new knowledge that may aid us in our ongoing efforts. I have news to share regarding our study in the Ethereal Sea, but your findings are certain to be of greater interest, and so I would hear them first. What revelations did Heidelin's Elpis flower reveal? Alright, let's get ready. I've got about a whole 2 levels worth of stuff to tell you. Then the guy brainwashed everyone. And then this dynamis is what drives the final days. If it and Akasha are one and the same, then it all but proves Nidana's theory. Where an entity, through sheer force of motion, can channel the vast dormant reservoir into a raging river, its power would surpass even that of ether. But if our star is so replete with ether, said entity needed to be outside its influence to effectively manipulate the dynamis of the great expanse. Meteon. Or rather, the sorrow and suffering of fallen civilizations that she's been hoarding for millennia. Untold anguish, fear, and hatred drawn from every corner of the universe, all for a single purpose, the destruction of Aetherides. And our foe is no longer some unknown calamity. We have but one aim, defeat Meteon. You make it sound so simple, but you're not wrong. Vanquish Meteon and we deliver the world from the final days, but to even attempt it there are 2 conditions. First, we must determine her location. Before Meteon escaped, her enchantment was placed by Vena, the woman who would later become Heidelin. The implication of temporal magic is not entirely understood, and so we cannot assume Heidelin and the Vena you met in Elpis are one and the same. Nevertheless, due to her intrinsic qualities as an all-powerful being, I'd wager Heidelin possesses the knowledge we speak. So whether she would share the knowledge with us, however, remains to be seen. After all, she intends for us to flee, not to stay. Do you suppose she abandoned her pursuit of Meteon? No, the Vana I know would never give up. She's like me. That's my impression as well. Otherwise, she wouldn't have used me as a conduit for her will and provided clues such as the Elpis flower, meaning she's been waiting for mankind's answer to Hermes' question. And what is the second condition? We must find a means to reach Meteon. Naturally, our chosen method will depend entirely on wheresoever she has made her nest. Then communicating with Heidel is by necessity must come first. Did you and Master Matoy have any luck in your investigation of the Ethereal Sea? Sadly, no. Though we entrusted the help of our involved and other Echo-blessed allies, we could not detect so much of a whisper from Heidel, even from within the anti-tower. Master Matoy is of the opinion that in the years since abandoning it, the Forum has found some other message of these instructions. If so, it would likely be some sort of apparatus for observing the Ethereal Sea, but closer to home. Sorry to interrupt, we'll receive word from the Forum. Your presence is requested where they intend to discuss the Great Exodus. Then Father was able to persuade them. They're finally taking us seriously. Let's hear what they have to say. They might be bringing us here just to tell us no, but that's fine. As long as we can tell them exactly how we intend to permanently put an end to the final days, we should be in good shape. After you left for Garlemald, I went to Labyrinthos and tried to reach Highlander using the flowers, Elpis flowers again. Alas, my attempts were in vain. I can only assume she spent a vast amount of her power in the confrontation with Fandaniel, and is presently unable to communicate. Indeed, as her presence left my body, I could feel how faint it had grown. I hope you don't mind me staying behind while you attend your big meeting. The roster reminds me a bit too much of the supremely scary tribunal in Ishgard. You'll forgive me for the distance. Father has granted us the opportunity we've been waiting for. Though we know not what information, if any, they intend to reveal, there's only one way to find out. Master Matoy is suspected for some time the Forum has been constructing a new facility for the purpose of surveying the Ethereal Sea. Of course, as the custodian of the Anti-Tower, which would presumably be rendered obsolete as a result, she has a few things to say about that. Nothing that could be repeated in polite company, you understand. Yeah, they didn't even tell her they were rendering her own tool obsolete by doing that. I'm sure she's rather pissed off at it. After sending Graha and Estinian back to Garlemald, I stayed in Locus Ammonius for some time. Being an Imperial province, it was already in turmoil before the onset of the final days. You wouldn't believe how the difficulties we had overseeing the evacuation of the villages we visited. I have faith the detachment we left behind will continue to work and shepherd the people's safety. To what safety can be found in a world coming to an end, anyways. At first I wasn't sure what to make of Hermes and his motives, but it's like we discussed the great work. When faced with the harsh realities of life, some seek release of death, others grow defiant. They fight. Either way, it is our right to choose. Well, that was much quicker response than I was expecting. Nice to know our efforts didn't go unnoticed. 'Twas Heidelin's commandment that in the event Zodiac should perish, the Laportes would deliver the people of Atheres from harm. Though that be the limit of their duties, they possess knowledge unparalleled of the great expanse and the means of its traversal. Should they be persuaded to assist in our efforts to reach Meteon, we would do well to heed their counsel. Alright. To think the Crystal Tower is in the first capable of such feats as sending one's soul to the distant past. The events you witnessed and held shape may yet hold the key to forestalling the final days. I'm reminded of the dear friends of a future we made, whose selfless efforts saw the 8th umbral calamity averted. In this timeline, at least, too much was sacrificed for us to abandon Atheres now. Old Charlian. Yeah, we don't know how timelines work in this. I mean, when we went back in time to meet the others, we know that it works in a proper time loop sort of deal. Where do I teleport to? The Rostra. Got it. But we don't know how the first and the others work. It could be that timeline doesn't exist anymore, and Graha was there simply because he's now part of the existing timeline of the first. Too important there to vanish from the timeline. Or perhaps it still exists and we only saved this one in the Dragon Ball Z multiple timelines thing. Well, we can worry about that for later. For now. The Forum is in session, and thus the Rostra doors are closed to visitors. I believe we are the guests of honor. Silence. Very well, you may wait in the corridor. Of course, entry will only be permitted on the condition you leave your armaments. Lest you forget, the sacred institution holds rational discourse in the highest. Implements of war are strictly forbidden. Well, you heard the man. Alright, if anyone asks, I don't have a weapon on me. Got it. Under no circumstances or anyone to question if I suddenly whip something out of nowhere. Alright, here we are. I'll admit, I was way too harsh on the forum before. I genuinely thought they were intending to screw everyone over, but no. They simply did what they felt they had to out of the circumstances, and I do agree that's a much more interesting way than they were planning to screw everyone over. Rather, I'm glad it was
There is a
more
matter I wish to raise with you before we enter. We are here to listen and to learn. But if the forum's plans are more or less what I expect, then I should like to make a proposal that will serve our ends. By your leave, of course.
I see no reason not to.
I don't see why not. Your words and wits have gotten us this far.
You've certainly come a long way.
Agreed. I will present our queries so that you may consider the most advantageous way to advance your proposal without distraction.
Thank you, everyone.
If I may have your attention, the ad hoc session will now commence.
Ah, yes, the now political chambers.
The purpose of today's assembly is to brief the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, at their request, on the Great Exodus. You may enter. On behalf of the Forum, I commend your heroic actions on the Magna Glacies. We shall not soon forget your service to us and the people of Radzat-Han. The Satrap, whom we have informed of the refugees' new arrangements, sings your praises as well. As an expression of our gratitude, we will endeavor to answer your questions as fully and openly as we are able.
Yeah, now that the plans are putting in action, their reason for staying quiet is gone, so it makes sense they'll be perfectly fine revealing it, since...
Then let us begin. First, it is the Forum's objective to ferry the life and knowledge of this star to the moon. Am I correct?
You are. It is for this purpose that Sharlayan has labored these many long years. We have collected biological samples and scientific records from across the star. When the time comes, they will be moved from their places in Labyrinthos and Numenon and conveyed to safety. Once that critical task has been accomplished, we will begin transporting the Sharlayan citizenry, which has been categorized into groups. The earliest arrivals are to ensure hospitable environs for those who come after. Following our people, we will send those of other nations in turn, beginning with our allies. Radzat-Han was foremost among these, but since the final days have already come to Thavnair, we saw fit to include the refugees with earlier groupings.
I'm glad they're being reasonable about it.
An ambitious plan. You have accounted for the safety of all nations and tribes, then?
As many as we can.
And how, pray tell, do you decide who to leave behind?
To journey beyond the sky is an unprecedented and immeasurably difficult endeavor. Introducing sources of inevitable conflict would condemn all to certain death.
The Garleans?
Questions as to the validity of that approach aside,
Yeah, that's too much to go into for the moment. We have to focus
are
on
your
something
plans
here.
proceeding apace? we're under the impression that your primary means of celestial transportation is incomplete.
If only in that it does not meet our optimal parameters, that is correct.
So it's mostly done, it's just not properly.
This arc, as some have taken to calling it, is fully operational and could be launched even today. However, the final days have progressed more quickly than we anticipated. At present, the ship is incapable of attaining speeds sufficient to meet our evacuation targets. Should we put the vessel into service, as it is now, we will be unable to travel to the moon and back quickly enough to complete the necessary number of trips. Precious lives and knowledge will be lost.
Seven hells. Is there anything to be done?
The ether burner, the primary means of propulsion once the craft is in the space between stars, is undergoing testing to determine whether it can be made more efficient. Though cargo is being loaded for the initial phase of the Exodus, we are prepared to continue our experimentation up to the day before launch, should it prove necessary.
What if the Scions were to solve your problem?
Solve your problem.
We shall help devise a means to improve the ether burner's efficiency, on 2 conditions. If we succeed, you must allow us to meet with Hydaelyn.
'Twas simple enough to deduce. You have a Concord, and so you would never have abandoned the anti-tower had you no other means of communication.
How they know?
One far more convenient, I suspect.
Yeah, the fact they're all questioning means they were wondering how we got that information, so it makes sense for Stola to immediately address that to show, no, it's not that anyone sold you out, it's that we figured it out on our own.
The second condition, also to be met upon our success, is that we be permitted to propose another use for your Ark.
Other use?
We would be at liberty to refuse this proposal.
Of course. If we cannot prove its merit to the 99 here, who are we to stake on it the lives of all peoples of this star?
Delightful as always, Master Alfino. Oh, we couldn't have asked for a finer plan. Allow us to solve this complex engineering problem of which we were entirely unaware until moments ago. What could possibly go wrong? The satire writes itself. Yet, what field has not benefited from a change in perspective? When we are at wit's end, what we need is not the same dry theories recited ad nauseam, but fresh inspiration. I, for one, have faith in my erstwhile students to provide it, and I find their terms to be perfectly acceptable.
Order! Order! We have no time to waste on debate. I call a vote. All in favor of agreeing to the Scion's terms?
It'd be a bit of a problem if we don't get a majority out of this, but then again, they know that we're up against the wall to begin with. Oh, even he's voting for it.
71 in favor, 28 against. The ayes have it.
Not even close. Okay, good. I was worried there, but then again, the plot can't continue if they were to say no.
As the architect of this project, you are the best candidate to show them its current state. And bear in mind that regardless of your personal misgivings, This is the will of the Forum.
Oh, he did vote against it. He has no choice but to go with the majority.
Very well.
I call this session to a close. Return to your tasks with urgency. The final days wait for none.
The further we pursue the mysteries of the universe, the more I struggle to comprehend the ferocious nature of time itself. Measure and quantify it based on observation of celestial bodies, such as the sun, moon, from your account. From your account, it is unclear whether the ancients viewed time in a similar manner. I mention this because Vana knew the final days would occur at a defined point in the future. She presumably had no way of knowing exactly when. Even so, the completion of the Forum's preparations to escape the moon aligning so closely to the advent of the final days is surely no coincidence. Yeah, that's a good point. How did she make everything match up well? I'm a little vexed that we've yet to learn the Forum's replacement for the Anti-Tower, though I expect in that time they'll share that too with us, and with Master Matoria in any sense. Perhaps the Midgard somewhere were still alive, in the traditional sense that is, could have offered to help the vessel attain the necessary speeds. Then again, there's no guarantee his contribution would make enough of a difference to matter. Of late, I've seen no sign of the Laportes, this being their first opportunity to experience the wonders of Charlie and the potential for misadventures, nay, infinite. My affinity for espionage may have earned me the title of Archon, but I was completely unaware of the Forum's plans. There may have been clues here and there, had I been of mind to look for them, but contemplating that possibility only serves to further wound my pride. Not that anyone would realistically surmise that their brilliant stratagem was to build a giant ship, fly to the moon, a still larger vessel in truth, and use that to travel to another star. Even now, the whole idea sounds positively absurd when spoken aloud. For certain, I have every intention of honoring the Forum's decision. While I very much take issue with the Forum's approach of selecting who to save and when, they're not wrong for wanting to minimize potential conflicts. Fortunately, if this plan of ours actually works, the Great Exodus itself will become entirely unnecessary. Phew, I admit bringing up the issue of the Forum's incomplete arc was more than a little daunting. They were, to their credit, very open about the current state of affairs. What's even more surprising, though, is they took Alphino up on his offer. Sorry about my not letting the rest in on my plan. I was admittedly thinking on my feet for the most part. But since we require both a means of communing with Hydaelyn and reaching Meteon, the spur of the moment I saw involving ourselves with the completion of the arc as a way to work towards both objectives simultaneously. However, we must keep up our end of the bargain by solving the problem of the Ether Burner. I'd like to think it's not a challenge beyond our combined expertise, or at least the expertise of our extended circle of associates. It might behoove us to learn exactly how an Ether Burner works before we attempt to improve it, though. As instructed, I should take you to see the Afterburner. Meet me outside the Archon. I trust you can make it your way up there. So the Ark is being built in Labyrinthos. Hardly surprising. Where else could they conceal such a massive undertaking? Yeah, I should have known you back here. I mean, look at just how much of the world here hasn't been touched. It seems so long since we first set foot here. They intend to carry everything, the Archeon to the moon. They said they started loading scientific records and biological samples. They really need all of it. Among the many and varied documents on the moon, I did chance upon several inventories made in the Archeon. Mayhap the Forum believes such records will provide insight into intricacies of clerical duties. Regardless, Laporte did not consider them worthy of more than a cursory glance. And we've been granted permission to enter the lower levels of proof for increased standing. Would they be willing to confide in us sooner? I don't understand the appeal of reshaping it to look like the world above. Make your peace with what it is or go outside, if that's what you prefer. Been many moves since I last visited Labyrinthos. As vast as the archives were back then, they've only continued to grow in days since. They intend to carry everything. Oh, already. And this music is from the Great Gubal Library, I believe. Our destination lies in the lower levels. The Forum and its wisdom has granted you access to the Archon's lift. Step inside and have take you to the medical circuit. should use the lift, yes? Let's go to the medial circuit. Oh, medial, not medical. I've sent your associates ahead on Logisticon Alpha, on the other side of the ergonomics. Actually, there's something I've been meaning to... Oh, no, never mind. I can wait. Let us attend the matter at hand. Labyrinthos is one area I remember that was in the previews for Endwalker, and naturally the assumption many made immediately was that it must be the moon, on the moon. Actually, I'm kind of surprised we actually don't have much on the moon, and we're not going back, judging by the fact that we already got ourselves the, judging by the fact we already got the wind current from the main storyline there. Again, we go to the doorway that turned us away last time. Knowing the forum, even the people working down here are probably kept in the dark as the true purpose. Our journey here, I was filled with inexplicable sense of elation to see vegetables other than carrots being cultivated. Why, it nearly brought a tear to mine eye. Must be close to the Central Circuit, which is where Charlene's greatest secrets are held, if the tomes I perused told the whole story. Fields we passed along the way brought memories of Ferndale. Unfortunately, we were never blessed with such abundant crops. The further underground we go, the more surprises we find. But this is actually for. Oh, there you are, having words with Master Fortuno by chance. We are to wait here where Father makes the arrangements for us to use the next lift. Here, of course, being the Logisticon Alpha, where the atmospheric conditions of Labyrinthos are regulated. Person did say that some found it a bit stuffy. Water is drawn from the underground, dispersed as vapor, stimulating the formation of artificial clouds and rain. By manipulating the temperature and air circulation, they are able to create an ideal environment for the growth and preservation of biological samples kept here. Hold on, how do you know so much about it? Why, Father brought me here as a child. What, and left me behind? Actually, you're the one who left me behind when you went somewhere off with grandfather. The night before, I'd been asking Father how clouds are made, so he decided to show me. It was fascinating. I peppered him with questions the entire time. It is all too easy to take for granted the many interweaving aspects of the natural world, to grow inured to the wondrous. But having gained understanding of complex mechanisms employed by Laportes in recreating a similar environment, I've come to view such processes in a new light. The subterranean gardens of Labyrinthos, the lunar prison forged to contain the ancient Zodiac, habitations built for all mankind beneath the moon's surface, each unique yet undeniably similar. Which is no mere coincidence. Ever since Heidelin unfolded to us the grim fate that awaits Theres, every essential resource we could spare has been delivered to Labyrinthos in preparation for the Great Exodus, but that is not all. It is also a testing ground for the technologies that allow us to settle upon distant stars. Though the Laportes have endeavored to make the moon inhabitable, it is not our final destination. Mankind must learn to propagate life where there is none, to thrive where all is barren. Alas, time is not on our side. I've made arrangements for you to enter the Central Circuit. It is there most of our preparations for the great exodus are being carried out, and the construction of the Ark being among them. Though our plans have been made public, access remains highly restricted. You, however, will not be subject to said restrictions, and will all be given free rein to come and go as you please, such is the will of the Forum, after all. We will prove ourselves worthy of your trust. Your trust. Worthy of trust. Your trust. Then let us proceed. By decree of the Forum, the Scions are permitted the entry of the Central Circuit. Enter? Yes, please. We are in an entirely new area. Does the dog need out? One moment, please. Alright, there we are. They'll be back in a minute or two. I can't imagine it'll be very long, given it's a bit chilly out, so I'll keep an eye on there, but talk to our party members while we're here. I have no idea what makes Alphino so confident we can solve this problem of theirs. Relentless optimism, I presume. A not unwelcome trait in youth, but less so in a gambler. I less resolved never let him set foot inside the gold saucer. The temperate environment here is not unlike that of Bestway's Burrow, though the diverse vegetation doth produce far more complex bouquet of aromas, a welcome difference indeed, for I have grown weary of the scent of carrots. The sooner we can get a look at their ether burners, the sooner we can start working out how to improve it. This is it, the Central Circuit. We might finally have had a chance to commune with someone directly with Heidelin, provided we somehow manage to succeed where Charlene's finest engineers failed. Still, it won't hurt to have a look. The farther down we travel, the more expansive the sky above becomes, artificial though it is. Would that the heavens could be so idyllic. I imagine the secrets kept here would be a great benefit to mine own research. I will refrain from indulging my curiosity for the time being. Guess I'm almost there. Is there another underground level we have to reach? Even more Central Circuit, perhaps? Don't give them ideas, Ally. Say you know they'll add one. The ether burner is constructed not far from here. Overseeing work is Carl Danklal, after whom the forge is named. Once the necessary introductions have been made, I shall leave you with him to discuss the peculiars this way. Well, at the very least, we have information that your average person doesn't have, including engineers, so we might, keyword, might, be able to use that to our favor. Well, that's the hope anyways. We have to find something they overlooked. The dog is back. One moment, please. I let the dog back in and went and grabbed a soda while I was up, simply because I was thirsty. It's already been a couple hours of a lot of dialogue. Ah, the dank lol forge. Surely with all these exotic plants that are here, it should prove quite useful. It should be quite relaxing. While many of the facilities within the central circuit seem to be visible from the upper levels, the more secretive work must be carried out behind closed doors. I was expecting the Sky Steel manufactory, but instead I find the village smithy. See, I thought it'd be a lot more complex, I guess. Surely the Forum hath already petitioned aid of the Laportes, given their familiarity with such technologies. Perhaps you'd like to break the ice. Oh, whoops, I didn't mean to click on them already, darn it. I meant to click on Kryl.
Could swap them out. No, been there, done that. Damn near lost my eyebrows.
Mr. Danklol.
Think, Coco, think! We'd be well on our way to paradise. Visionaries patting themselves on the backs for their grand accomplishments if you'd only think!
Yes, that does sound rather lovely.
Yeah! I mean, Master Force, you know, what a pleasant surprise. We're not blasting off already, are we?
The schedule remains unchanged, for better or worse. Which is why the Forum has elected to accept assistance in resolving the ether burner conundrum.
Not seen you lot down here before.
There are Archons among their number, but engineering is not their expertise. Nevertheless, the Forum concedes the slim possibility that they may have insights to offer. If not, you are at liberty to return them to the surface, by whatever means you see fit.
I assure you that won't be necessary. Now, about your troubles with the ether burner.
Aye, I'll walk you through it.
The rockets.
Suppose I could do with a change of pace. As the name ought to tell you, the ether burner burns ether, ambient or otherwise, and transforms it into motive force. Think of it like a giant bomb that never stops exploding.
I'm reminded of the rocket from Final Fantasy VII.
Even out in that black void where the ether's right sparse, it's strong enough to move our arc. And it probably won't kill you like an actual bomb. But it ain't perfect. According to my calculations, to travel to the moon and back fast enough for the Forum's liking, the conversion rate needs to be 6% more efficient. A measly 6%, you say? But if I could have squeezed even another 0.6 out of it, don't you think I'd have built it that way in the first place?
Yeah.
Hast thou consulted with the Loporits?
Yes, they too are conducting their own research, for lack of a ready answer. The moon's propulsion systems are considerable, naturally, yet they are commensurately massive.
So they're way bigger than the Ark's rockets.
It is no easy feat to convert their technology into an efficient means of propulsion for a teeny tiny toy boat, as they say, and as I most certainly do not.
As I most certainly do not.
Yes, exactly! Damn it all, I asked for refined adamantite and they send me uppity rabbits with inscrutable, ancient, incompatible technology. You're trying to drive me mad.
So the technology the Laportes use is incompatible, regardless of how much better
Do you speak of
weakness.
Allegan refined adamantite, perchance?
You know of it?
Only in the most general terms, I'm afraid. 'Twas an alloy of Allegan make, but the secrets of its production were closely guarded. As I recall, the record stated it was vital to Dalamad's construction and launch.
Aye, that's the stuff. No material more conductive far as I know. Slotting some in's like blowing up a dam and watching the river of ether come rushing through. Ain't a living soul that knows how to make it, though. We were fortunate enough to salvage some for the ether burner, just a wee bit, mind, from a chunk of Dalamud that came hurtling into the Northern Empty during the Calamity. With more, well, that extra 6% efficiency would be child's play. It's a crying shame that we've no other sources.
Surely the many shards of Dalamud scattered throughout Eorzea would suffice. Why not get the refined adamantite from them?
A piece of Dalamon that fell, yeah.
Oh, we tried, believe you me. But only a few specialised pieces would have had any in them to begin with.
So in other words, only the actual rockets of that the Allagans used on the satellite would have any.
Drive calls from Ragnarok-class internment hulks. Those are the prize bits we really need. According to the Gleaners, getting to them means delving deep into the shards. And the defences are still very operational and very eager to blow them up. It's rough going in there, even for the cream. Not sure they'd make it out alive.
Weren't we near that part of the Ragnarok when we went to destroy Bahamut?
The White Raven's ghost. Oh, that's right. So we need to go to the coil of Bahamut.
Heavens, are you all right? You look pale as a... Well... Best put that battle from your mind for now. Deep breaths. That's it.
There are multiple internment hulks in Eorzea alone, so handling this ourselves may not be the most efficient option. Rather, if we could salvage adamantite from the shards simultaneously... Thancred, is the link shell we established before you went to Garlemald still active?
Of course. The floor is yours.
What's all this? Gathering firewood, so to speak. We alone can accomplish little, but joined by others, we may yet build a bonfire to carry us heaven's...
Gathering firewood.
This is Alphino. The Scions have need of you.
Understood. I will contact the Lord Commander and dispatch our finest at once.
My sisters are somewhat preoccupied with the final days, so I will lead the 12-wood expedition myself.
Are you aware of any other sources of refined adamantite?
Logically, such an invaluable alloy would have been utilized solely where absolutely necessary, in components intended to conduct or collect surpassing amounts of ether. Any extant instrumentation or devices would have likely found their way into the hands of etherologists or enthusiasts.
Magical artifacts of Allagan design? The Eastern Alliance will send word to one and all. Are there other ways we may offer aid? No shards of the Lesser Moon scar our soil, but our stake in this cause is no less for it.
Is there anything in Othard that might be of use to you?
Anything in Othard?
What did you say? You got friends in far places, lad. Anyway, if you're offering, I wouldn't say no to one of those Far Eastern sacred relics. Some of them can hold enough ether to summon a whole damn primal. Combine a source like that with the ether burner, and 3, 2, 1, kaboom!
Oh yeah, the artifacts that the Ninja Turtle people had contained ether to summon the primals. That's how we got Susano and the others.
I gather you heard his explosive enthusiasm. Might you secure us a suitable relic?
It shall be done. I know little of machines, but I promise we will do our utmost to gather the materials you need to finish your starship. I am glad for the work, in truth. Better to busy oneself than wait and fret over disasters foretold.
Then why are we all still standing about yapping this plunder for the taking? And I'm a born plunderer. I'll be an old Charlian before you know it. Start mixing the grog.
I'm certain that can be arranged. Thank you all, and do be careful.
Just like that.
Aye, just like that. Our refined adamantite is on its way. Now let us consider our next steps, shall we? There's yet much to be done.
Appreciate you doing all this, but I ain't getting me hopes up just yet. There are no other oaths or contracts binding the members of Ilsebard contingent, and in many ways, they're even more loosely organized. It was even more loosely organized than the Crystal Braves. Unless I knew none would refuse its call to arms. Truly, we've been blessed with trustworthy and dependable allies. Time and again, it seems Allagan's something or other are either the cause or solution to our problems. To think those self-same materials once launched Dalamund are now used to ferry mankind to the moon. There's poetry in that. I'm confident even the deadliest Allagan defense mechanisms are no match for our allies. At this rate, some of them might soon have as many accomplishments to their names as a certain warrior of light. Considering how much of a fuss he made at the time, I don't see why he takes every opportunity to bring it up. It was just firewood. With serendipitous irony that the remnants of the Seventh Orbital Calamity would be the keys to mankind's salvation. Never more certain have I been that Master Louis Soir watcheth over us from the ethereal sea. First the Telforay, now the final days. No one can accuse the Ilsebard contingents of backing down from a challenge. Of course, they weren't also committed the cause when we first set out, but after seeing the example set by you, Alphino, and the others, the change was palpable. They couldn't help but believe. Though Bahamut is long gone, the internment hulks are far from safe. Could be much worse, of course. They won't have to fight their way past the Mercidian dragons, nor is there any danger of the Elder Primal could be summoned again. Even so, I dare say there's still a fair few Allagan creations and contraptions remaining in our Tabar friend's way. I hope our grandfather watches over them. Or no, yeah. Times like these remind how famous or infamous Alphino's become. Who would have thought he could achieve so much with such a single link pearl conversation? As we're expecting a lot of other visitors in the future, I'd best return the service and inform the relevant parties. I also have a contact of my own that might be worth a try. Oh, and who might that be? That's for me to know and you to find out. On that note, I'll leave matters in your capable hands. Good luck. Meanwhile, in Ul'dah... This is going to end very badly, isn't it?
Our course of action is clear. We must harvest refined adamantite from the shards of Dalamud and procure arcane relics of Allagan make. Summon the best and brightest of our immortal flames and form an expeditionary party at once. Call upon the Sultan Sworn and Brass Blades for support as you must. Papashan, send word to the guilds. We will require the expertise of master artisans if we are to have any hope of identifying and recovering these elusive materials. Viergeist, we have need of your stone torches. They are to assist the immortal flames in scouring the ruins and to help secure the surrounding areas. I trust I can count on your support.
As commander of the Stone Torches, my son Zimberk will personally see it done.
Pippin, I would have you lead the raiding party. Assemble your finest, and with Chizona's blade, clear the way. Lord Lolorito, I pray you take charge of the search for Allagan relics. Surely you know of some being traded on open or clandestine markets, or sleeping in collectors' vaults. Of course, I ask not that you do this out of the kindness of your heart. By all means, profit on the transactions. I wish you the joy of it.
This music is from the Bahamut raids.
The final days descend upon our world. If circumstances are truly as dire as they say, Uldar's best efforts may be for naught. And yet, when we Eorzeans rose from the ashes to rebuild our broken realm, did we not learn one simple truth? That which seems all but impossible to overcome alone may yet be possible if we stand together. It was the Scions who united us then, and it is the Scions who call upon us now. Uldar will answer that call. We will summon our courage and join the fight for our world's future. You know your duties. I, Nanamo Ulnamo, 17th in the line of Ul, bid you good luck and Godspeed.
Meanwhile, in the Black Shroud, 12's Wood.
We fielded a goodly number, but our ranks are heavy with healers, and an abundance of restorative magics will be of little help in destroying Dalamud's defenses. Still, it has ever been thus with Gridania. We must steel ourselves for a protracted engagement.
Nonsense, didn't you see that no, it was an 8 healer...
In that case, might I suggest taking us along?
The Alamegans.
Commander Hext, what are you doing here?
None of the shards in Girabania are big enough to hold an internment hulk. So we said to ourselves, why not lend our neighbors a hand? We thought you might be short on people with a talent for breaking things.
While it pains me to admit it, you are right. Our deficiency is so plain to see.
It might have been a lifetime ago, but I was once one of the Scions assigned to the Shroud. I know this forest well. I know your people. And I know we will be stronger if we fight this fight together.
Then I will impose upon you with a clear conscience. Come. Let us speak of how to integrate our forces.
Worst case scenario, we could do the old-fashioned 4 white mage clear.
I won't let it all be for nothing. I promise you, Papalimo.
Poor Papalimo, his death was practically off-screen. But his sacrifice to hold back Shinryu is what allowed the events of Stormblood to happen. And it was meanwhile in Korthus. The Holy Sea of Ishgard, now under new management now that the Holy Wars are over.
There you are! We've no time to waste, brother. Everyone has already...
Brother. Sacrifice himself to save the player character back in his ward.
That was a roar. A dragon's roar.
Seems Horace Vilgar wishes to help. Meanwhile, in the Ruby Sea, none of the Dalman pieces fell here, but the ancient relics containing the prayers of by hundreds of
And
thousands.
so, in summation, the Eastern Alliance, as well as the Honorable Lord Lolorito himself, reached out to me for assistance in procuring these treasures of the divine, and I, in turn, do beseech the Confederacy for aid. Is that?
The Ninja Turtles.
Hancock? What a surprise this is. And a fortuitous one at that. I have a favor to ask, you see.
The allspice. Was just repeating. Alphino is resisting the urge to pat himself on the back. Though our friends are searching for refined adamantite and sacred relics, we only know if they meet your requirements once they arrive. In the meantime, is there aught else we might do to be of service? Ha! We've already done more than that. I had to say, though, I could use someone who knows a thing or two about Alcan technology. You there, lad with the red eyes and matching hair. You seem to know more than your average scholar. Well, he spent over 100 years as an Alcan king for a while, basically. Oh, if only Master Kogol knew how right he was. While he and Graha established reports, why don't we help begin preparations? Indeed, this would mean going above and beyond our terms of arrangements, but I propose this not to curry favor. As confident as I am we succeed, we must be ready for every eventuality. This would also be an opportunity to familiar ourselves with the logistics of traversing the great expanse. And if nothing else, it's twiddling our thumbs while we wait for the adamantite. Well, ain't you a bunch of helpful beggars? If you would mind to lend a hand, I know where you ought to go. Charlie and Hamlet's lousy with researchers and scholarly types, busy preparing for great exodus. That lot need all the help they can get. Well then, off we go. It's gonna be a bit of a walk, it looks like. By design, I'm sure. And I'm willing to bet that that thingy in the middle is where they're building the ship. Do these doors open? No, they do not. And we'll be able to go there until later in the game, I imagine. But not too much later. Okay. We should be nearing the... Oh, here it is. Okay, don't know how I missed that. We should be getting near the end of the game now. Levels 88 after all. I need to clean out my inventory pretty hard. Yeah, that I'm not going to be able to use anytime soon. Wait, go to fending. Oh, it's exactly the same. Fortunately, I can't use it anytime soon, so there's no point keeping it. Do my senses deceive me in the shadow of yon corner? One can hope this does not lead to mischievous undertakings. All these documents researched are not even worth wiping the privy floor with. I should probably unlock this right away so I can teleport freely. Actually, I should... yeah, let's, here. Unlock the travel points first and foremost. I need to remember to use Soul So. I admit this is the only piece of the Reaper rotation that feels a little clunky. Not just because I keep forgetting, although that probably isn't helping me any, but also because I only really get to use it once per battle. For trash mobs, that's not too big of a deal, but against bosses, I only get to use it once, and then there's usually not downtime. Or if there is, I'm better off timing Arcane Crest, because giving the entire party a heal over time for a bit is a bit more useful, you know? In order to protect the secrets of the Central Circuit, researchers must navigate the bewildering maze of paperwork before they're permitted to return to the surface. I suppose it's no different from any other aspect of Charlene society. Do you love our bureaucracy? It's very much a mirror of the city above, which is perhaps how this came to be known as Charlene Hamlet. What a quaint little settlement this is. A shame it remains hidden underground. I don't mind a bit of heavy lifting if I draw the line of paperwork, so much as wave a sheaf of documents at me and I'll put my lance through it. As surprised as I am to learn the Forum had planned to send everyone to the moon, I can't imagine how the common folk must feel about it. Senses and shadow of yon corner. Wait, you said yon corner. I don't see any Loporits, unless it's further up here. I guess Urion J must have mistaken the Chocobo for one. Where I can tell, a lot of people actually really do live down here. I don't know how much help we can offer, but I dare say they'll benefit from a bit of fresh inspirations. That's fresh inspiration Scholar J mentioned. Let's start by asking around. Avoid getting in anyone's way. Let's meet by the Aetheryte once our work is done. A bit of filler content, really, but it does make sense. We could probably use it. I should probably even do a low-level queue while I'm waiting. Just because, well, I'll see if it goes that. As much as I'd like to do some more generic quests, though, I really do need to get through the story here. Already, I'm starting to see spoiler stuff for stuff I've already gotten past, so I absolutely need to rush. Silken Grin. Oh, hello, are you one of the new helpers? Why yes, actually. What do you need? Working on the ether burner. Oh dear, I hear things have come to a standstill on that front. Even so, I choose that over my current duties. Checking and loading samples every day in, day out. Thankless work. Still, no one will be cross if I misplace a few legumes or what have you. The Forum's got enough on its plate as it is, and what with deciding who gets to board the Ark and when, lots of powerful people have opinions about that. My heart goes after Mr. Fortuno and the others. Probably get a moment's rest. They even have time to sleep. Steady current. I thought that meant electricity current, but then I thought, wait, it probably means water current, and that makes a lot more sense given, you know, the timeline this game helping with the Ark. Even with all the power Master Cuckolds managed to squeeze out of the ether burner, it's still not enough, apparently. Now here the final days have arrived. Horrible creatures running rampant. If only we'd begun the exodus sooner. People are dying, there'll be no end to it if we don't fulfill our duties. But we will. We've spent years preparing for this moment. Believe in the plan, and all will be well. Cultism. Offering to help, that's very kind, but I should be able to reorganize the rest of the documents by myself. It's mostly lists of things we'll need once we arrive on the moon, and then whichever star we choose as our new home. My duties largely concern the maintenance of living conditions, so I'll be a bit busier after we depart. I hear that our lunar collaborators have come down to assist in our efforts. I'm looking forward to finally meeting them in person after having communicating with them in such a limited capacity so far. And to be perfectly honest, I don't even have the slightest idea what they look like. I hope they're not enormous looming giants. Why, I would much prefer they be small and fluffy, like a behatted rabbit that ran by. Search for the behatted rabbit. Yeah, I've already attuned to it. Fancy meeting you here, Coda. Our friends the forum brought here to see their teeny tiny boat, which is quite impressive considering they don't use any creation magics. What we were really interested though is the theories itself, and now we find ourselves in a sort of funny underground miniaturized version of it. We're hoping the forum would give us a guided tour, but it appears they're preoccupied. Honestly, all that time to prepare and they're still not ready. I suppose we'll just have to show ourselves around, or at least that's what we're planning to do. Until we met Urianger and your good self. Since you're both dawdling about, enough idling, perhaps you could show us interest. Won't that be fun? Well, first I want to talk with everyone. Kingway. How marvelous it is to see you again. You'll be pleased to hear I've learned much since our fascinating discussion in the Curatorium. It's all thanks to Urianger, you see. He taught me the finer points of cooking, which, despite my name, I knew very little about. There so many dishes, so many hard-to-pronounce words. Actually, I was rather hoping he'd show me how to bake an Archon loaf. They're quite popular right here, though it doesn't sound like it contains any flavor to speak of. Still, if that's sort of thing you're and enjoy, I shall make it enough to last the whole journey. Crikey, I was expecting to see you here, Coda. I'm sorry I didn't have the chance to say goodbye and for having those Laportes attack you. A terrible misunderstanding, that. Not to worry, though, as I'll have since recovered from the rather savage beating you administered. They bear you no ill. Well, perhaps a little on account of the, savagery, but time heals all wounds. Most, anyway. Oh, hum, what joy, the simple delights of the theories. It would appear the Laportes have infiltrated Charlene's most heavily guarded facility. How, I know not. If you're too busy to show us the sights, we'll find other ways to keep ourselves amused, don't you worry. I think we'd best, yeah, wise guides. Try as he might, Urianger cannot free himself from the Laportes. A tour of Labyrinthos? An unexpected yet prudent suggestion. Given the similarities betwixt this artificial environment and Bestway's burrow, it would be in our best interest to have the Laportes acquaint themselves with conditions deemed optimal by Charlene collaborators. I fear, however, continued reliance upon my limited knowledge would be risk narrowing rather than broadening of perspective. Mayhap thou art be better suited to lead this venture. A marvelous idea. Might we begin with the great big what's-it over yonder? Ah yes, the what's-it. I shall leave the explanation to Coda. Yeah, if you remember, I specifically avoided using anything other than standard scythe attacks on them, and I still had absolutely zero issue with beating all of them. Seriously, I was basically just using my 1-2-3 combo for everything, and I actually feel kind of bad for how easy that was. And don't get me wrong, usually the story quests are at least fairly easy, so that even people who aren't very good at the game can still continue, but it actually surprised me. Yeah, how easy it was. I'm pretty sure that was intentional, though. As established, they are not fighters. Considering Singing Way and Growing Way specialty, I expect them to pay full attention to our explanations, which I'm sure will be most informative. It's all very intriguing, I'm sure. But where are the food preparation stations? Kitchen? What's your word for it? Kitchens? That reminds me. Pudding Way, our new appointed chief of pudding research, a discipline he himself founded after sampling Urianger's life, has gone in search of Enthery's ultimate sweet treat. Well, provided it's a pudding, as that's all he ever talks about these days. Have you seen him? My word, what magnificent architecture. Such immaculate curvature. I'll have to make several adjustments to my work if I'm to match this degree of craftsmanship. I shall leave no corner unrounded. So basically, houses on the moon are going to look like Akira Toriyama's round houses? I would not be against that. That's a pretty unique aesthetic. The Laporte's technical expertise does far outstrip our own. We would be wise to allow them to form their own conclusions as the function of a various apparatus. rather than offer uninformed suppositions of our own. Unless, of course, that is unbeknownst to me, thou art possessed of surpassing knowledge concerning construction, operation of advanced Charliedom. What's it? Goodness me, it's built something so large without creation. It's positively stupendous. Perhaps you could direct our attention to the most important features. Okay, we now get the scope minigame. I believe this was first introduced in Stormblood. The tanks. It's a lot hard to see, but what's the golden pipe connect to the top of those tanks? I can see through the window of another pipe at the bottom. It's maybe for purifying water down below. Water tanks, yep. Metallic tube. It's that water I hear from inside the great tube. Must be because of those cogs and gigantic wheel at the top. Oh, I see, that's how they drop water. That must be some sort of spiral-shaped mechanism inside of it as well. Yep, it's a water wheel, basically. Whee! Adventurous. Oh dear. You spot an abystoma, and especially lively one at that. It would appear the concept you observed another time, another place was approved for the wider world. Somehow. Mushroom-like thing. That looks like the trees in Greatest Endsvale. Hold on, it's a bit of a strange shape, thin but big around the top, quite tall for something in balance too. Oh, now that makes sense. That must be where they store the water. The mushroom-like thing. They had absolutely no contact with any sort of these machines right away, and yet all of them were able to deduce their uses. I guess they really are very extremely skilled at engineering. Well, if I were to hazard a guess, waters are drawn from the underground, presumably with another mechanism, is purified here and stored in that tower before being distributed elsewhere. I'm right, aren't I? I knew it. A brilliant design in its simplicity. I dare say I would want to take a moment to install even the harshest environments. Parcel ports, that is. Indeed, securing a reliable source of water is of utmost importance for any fledgling settlement. I've read, however, the people of Etheria sometimes make their homes in arid deserts. How are they able to survive? Many settlements in Thanalan are built near an oasis. Oh, so wherever you choose to live, you're never far from water. Oh dear, I worry we won't be able to procure the necessary amount. We can provide enough water to keep them from drying out completely, but it appears they rely on it far more than we'd anticipated. A few adjustments may be in order once I've calculated the average rate of consumption per individual. It may also be worth learning exactly how they obtain their water in the first place. Master Alphino spoke with the machinery responsible for that feat during our journey through Logiston, did he not? Mayhap the Laportes would share in his appreciation for the engineering marvel. Oh yes, that sounds splendid. We must journey beyond the sanctuary of the hamlet here. I shall lead the way. You mean we'll have to brave the untamed wilderness? A valid concern indeed. We could not help but notice many dangerous-looking creatures here with big, nasty teeth lurking beyond the safe confines of the settlement. We were not escorted here by burly custodians. Were we not escorted here by burly custodians, I dread to think what would have become of us. Regrettably, to many a hungry predator, with the aforementioned big nasty teeth, Laportes may appear to be a potential and rather appetizing source of sustenance. Might I impose thee to assist in securing safe passage? For my part, I shall act as escort, and trust singing way and growing way into thy care. More valiant protector they could not wish for. Well, Godspeed. If it's all the same to you, I'd rather not be eaten by some horrid beastie. Come along, growing way. To the water extraction, what's it? Oh yeah, what are these Laportes you've made of? I presume it's not a form of meat like most rabbits would be, since, you know, they were directly created by Hydaelyn. Well, then again, ether can be formed into any shape, so... Well, then again, we do know they eat things, but they don't seem to... They don't seem to procreate in any way. Interesting, given they're, you know, rabbits. Right. Perhaps you could tell the local beasties we're not as delicious as we might appear. They could be made of hard light, though, since we know Hydaelyn uses light magic, especially. A feeling the way forward is not as clear as we'd like. Could you go and take a look? I say, that fiend had a mind to feast on roasted Laporet. Thank you so much. I really hope this water extraction what's it is worth his harrowing experience. All part of the fountain, some might say, but I'd rather not be burned to a crisp if it's the same to you. Might as well help this person here. I'm reminded of a scene from Avatar: The Last Airbender. Oh, aren't you cute? But unfortunately for you, you're made out of meat. But of course, he ends up failing to catch the creature. I couldn't help but notice distinct lack of carrots along the way, or many of the vegetables I was expecting to see. But I did catch a glimpse of some sort of walking bipedal tomato. Must be my imagination. Who did well to see those two here safely. They can be a bit skittish at the best of times, so I'm pleasantly surprised they didn't run off and get themselves killed. It's all very exciting, but I'd rather not do it again. Wait, how are we planning to head back later? Let's get moving. The building looks nice and solid and safe. My friends, I bid you welcome. Our destination doth lie at the lift's top. Craig, with me. Go the medial circuit then. Forgive me asking, but when I close to the kitchens, come to think of it, why am I even here? Atmospheric manipulators are hardly my area of expertise. As I understand, places like Labyrinthos are the exception rather than the rule, so you don't all build enormous underground living spaces, surely. That is correct. That was terrifying, but at least the scenery is more pleasant than... what's his name? Garlemald? As a first impression of Ares, it was far from favorable. Anyways, onwards and upwards. On the occasion, 'twould behoove us to seek the counsel of those qualified to describe the working apparatus. They may also be in possession of schematics or some other useful documentation, should the Laportes request them. As the forum esteems guests, team unlikely they be refused. Yet thou knowest well as I the changeable dispositions of the Charlian bureaucrats. Marvelous, simply marvelous. So this is where magic, or science rather, takes place. The perfect environment to sustain life, artificially created. The knowledge we'll gain here will be essential when we start looking for new stars for your people to inhabit. Apparently, most of them don't even have air for you to breathe. You're all very lucky that Theories just happens to provide you everything you need, or did mankind turn out the way they are because of the available resources, I wonder? Either way, it's nothing sort of miraculous. I cannot wait to see more of it. I would like to study this primitive yet nonetheless intriguing contraption a while longer, if I may. The Charlanes were able to build something this complexity with their limited knowledge and resources is most impressive. It's all very wonderful, I'm sure, but I was hoping to learn more about your nourishment provisions. In other words, where's the food? I believe both the knowledge and consumables you asked may be found at Mariola Agronomics. As I imagine, seeing Wei and the others intend to study every conceivable facet of this apparatus, would thou be so kind as to escort our visiting culinarian? Yes, it sounds much more interesting. Hopefully I will be able to see firsthand some of the delicacies Urianger is telling me about. Even if his incredibly vivid, if a bit too verbose, descriptions cannot compare to sampling them myself. Not to mention the theories will soon be no more, so I must learn all while there is time. Let us brook no further delay. Apparently they somehow allow pets in these buildings, so time to make them regret that decision. Agriculture shock. Genomos. Colossal troll. Stray egg, stray queen, stray garlic. This is the place, yes? The heady aroma was enough to guide me here, and I've spotted several of the fruit and vegetables featured in our compendium. I'd dearly love to try some, but I read those who help themselves to a farmer's crops without permission are often caught and put into pies. Perhaps you could ask whoever's in charge if they'd be willing to part with some samples. What a fine mess this is. Ah, it's you, the one who climbed down the mine shaft. I'd show you around if I could, but I'm a bit rushed off my feet preparing for the Exodus. And I'm not the only one. We've all got to find ways to do what we do down here up first. On the moon, when whichever star the Forum decides will be our new home. It's all sudden so unreal. Don't you want to go to the moon? Well, it's better than waiting for the final days to claim us, but no matter how carefully we all planned, we'll never be able to take every variety of flora and fauna with us. Even the ones we can take may not survive their new environment. So many species due to extinction. I'm sorry, that's not what you came to talk about, is it? Nothing quite so dire, I assure you. Let's just sample produce if we may. But by all means, help yourselves. Much appreciated, my good fellow. Where to begin? Oh, I know, these are grapes, yes? Let's see if they're just as delicious as they look. So sweet, so sour. They taste much like a ripe philosopher's carrot, and yet the texture is entirely different. The contrast between the outer skin and the fruit within is most peculiar. Though far from unpleasant, yes, try another. Oh, that certainly gave me food for thought, though in far less visceral manner than the philosopher's carrot. But tell me, what's your opinion of grapes? A brave erupting volcano over a bunch. Yes, they are rather Moorish, aren't they? From what I've read, quite versatile, too. Something about people stepping on them to make intoxicating beverages, if I recall. And that's enough about grapes for the time being. On to the next treat. Apples, looks like. Orange by name, orange by nature. What came first, the fruit or the color? Well, who cares, that's 8. I can get behind that. Yes, that's equal parts sweet and sour, as with the grapes, yet nothing alike. I may have to consult Urianger about expanding my vocabulary. I simply cannot find the words to describe it. Perhaps what I'm looking for is a bitter? This is all very complicated, you know. So many flavors, so many choices, each individual with their own preferences. Now I see why you all turned your noses up at the idea of eating nothing but carrots, marvelous though they are in my estimation. Let no one say I said otherwise. Ah, but speaking of which, I'd sample any other vegetables. Let's see what's in the field over there. That color, that texture, is this some kind of enormous round carrot? It's a pumpkin. No, in any case, the nomenclature is less concerned than the taste. Ah, it's so hard and flavorless, it might as well be tasting a piece of wood. That all but confirms it. They're nothing more than misbegotten failures masquerading as goody carrots. Hey, stop. Can't you see there's no pumpkins? I don't want any sense of try eating them raw. You're supposed to cook them first. Do you not find that an awful bother? Far from it. Cooking is a joy unto itself. What's more, broadens a range of ingredients we may safely eat. But above all else, cooking us allows us to draw the potential flavor of our produce. Pumpkin stew has been one of my favorites. And perhaps even these hard rocks of plant matter can become as delicious as the orange I sampled. I wonder though, is it anything even more delicious? How about that yellow fruit over yonder? If that's a lemon, yeah, that's a lemon, so it's gonna be very sour. What a wondrous fragrance with Lucky Love flavored match. As I've no idea how these are eaten, I'll bite into it. Eee, my tongue is poison. A lemon, you're supposed to taste like this. They're supposed to taste like this. How can something so similar to an orange be so revolting? Ah, maybe sometime before my palate recovers. As such, I'd best call an end to this round of sampling, say our farewells, and return to the others. Finished, have you? I trust you found something to your liking. I'm rather enamored with the grapes and oranges, less so the pumpkin, but I learned the hard way they're not to be eaten raw. And there's a lemon, the deceiver. I still feel so violated. Haha, first time, was it? I'd hate to leave you with a bad taste in your mouth in more ways than one, so I'll give you this lemon muffin. If this doesn't change your opinion, nothing will. More lemon, have I not suffered enough? Nevertheless, it would be remiss of me to spurn this opportunity. Ooh, a sick game up there. Learn your in-school ways. Very well, lemon, nothing. Do your worst. This is delicious. Although I detect a hint of lemon, it complements the sweetness of the dough and create perfect harmony. I never would have guessed this vile bitterness could be utilized so elegantly. Good chap, this is simply breathtaking. See, we rarely use lemon in its natural state, but has a starring role in all sorts of recipes, and the same is true for many other ingredients. It comes down to making the most of the resources of our disposal, and sometimes that can even be the difference between life and death. I know we won't be able to take every species with us. No doubt the Forum agonized over what was worth preserving, and what will be consigned to history. Hard choices, but make them we must if we're to survive. It's a strength of will. Now I know what Highland sees in you people. Mankind Laportes, we are both born from accumulated knowledge of the ancients. They learned all there is to learn about the nature of sentient life and the fates of the stars themselves. Once a civilization has fulfilled the basic needs for survival, it will inevitably seek to eliminate all forms of negativity and achieve perfection, and therein lies its folly, its downfall. For perfection is an unattainable ideal. 'Tis the paradox of the immaculate carrot. Yet civilizations this time moral have deemed the pursuit of perfection as progress. They pay no heed to the costs incurred of this futile quest, and all too often become architects of their own demise, their dreams forever unfulfilled. But what then's the alternative? The answer lies in knowing our existence can never be perfect. Be content with what we have and make the most of it. When life gives you lemons, make lemon muffins. Pardon my origin, but what in the 7 L's are you on about? Who are you, anyways? Cooking away at your service. I'm here to prepare for the trip to the moon. And once you get there, you'll be able to try my carrots. I've been growing all kinds of different kinds, but don't worry, there'll be room for your crops. We'll put together to preserve as many species as possible, if you're up to the challenge. Yes, of course, I look forward to it. Well, this has all been highly productive. Probably. Let's go and see if Urianjay and the others have run out of machinery to inspect, shall we? So he's one of the Forum's lunar collaborators. Not quite what I was expecting, but he seems a decent sort. I'm glad he enjoyed the lemon muffin too. Hopefully next time he has one, he won't be compelled to wax poetic about the meaning of life and immaculate carrots again. Oh, there you are, Yawn. Have the others finished talking about the rain-making what's yet? Where have you and Cooking Way been? If the two of you were engaged in pursuits of education, you should have taken me too. I'm the leader, after all. Not to rub it in, but we had the most fantastic time while you were away. Yurionji was able to obtain all sort of meteorological data for us to pore over. I'll be sure to put my newfound knowledge to good use once we return to the moon. It's my duty to make the journey as comfortable as possible. Well, though there's no telling how long it'll be, 100 years, 1,000? Probably close to 5,000, give or take. By Cooking Way's broad grin, I assume your excursion was a roaring success. That was most enlightening, especially the part with the lemon muffin. Actually, I'm wondering, do you know of any other places famed for their cuisine? Umselman says home to the Culinarians Guild, and far less savory establishments. But that I had time to visit, the more I learned of the theories, the more I wish we could spare it from the final days. Alas, Heidelin's orders are to flee, not to resist. If only there was another way. Muffins, I wonder if this is how Pudding Way felt the first time Yurionji made pudding. Although I'm not sure if that actually was pudding, come to think of it. Something about it seemed a little off. Tallying the reports in preparation for an immediate departure. Coda, I trust thy time did bear fruit. Our own efforts too were rewarded. We now possess an embarrassment of educational riches. No doubt our guests' relentless pursuit of knowledge could occupy them, and us for a fortnight. Alas, time is of the essence. Let's return to the Charlie and Hamlet. I'll gladly attend to each and every report there, should further questions within my power to answer arise. Oh no, there was nowhere in particular I was hoping to go. I just wish to see, hear, feel, and think as much as I can while we're here. What's it look for? What'd I say? Why did I not ask how to make carrot muffins? We could have had baked goods bursting with happiness. That was ever so delightful. And this with this much information, I can fine-tune the moon's environment to people's comfort. It's surprisingly tricky to estimate the appropriate temperature settings for being so lacking in fur. Doo-doo-doo-doo. Yes, Coda, that was indeed me verbalizing a sigh to express my emotional state. Do you want to know why? Because I saw the reconstruct environmental data for theories. That's why. The forest is so lovely, so leafy. Are all of your forests like that? You should see the forest. The first one was purple. Black Shroud is quite leafy. You should see the forest. One was purple. You should have seen the forest. The first one was purple. Gasp, gasp, I say. With a star so wonderful, it comes as no surprise you're reluctant to leave behind. I was a fool to think otherwise, to assume the moon was something to be worth being proud of. How ridiculous it might seem to you, trying so hard yet achieving so little. Not at all, thy works are no less worthy for their uniqueness. Thought I heard tiny voices. Bancred. How dost thou fare? I was able to glean a fair bit from the researchers while helping to move their cargo. Preparations have proceeded without interruptions here, so despite the news of the coming end. We have the forum's leadership to thank for that. That doesn't mean the people aren't worried, though. Quite the opposite. Knowing disaster could strike at any moment, they hurry to complete their work, equally aware the single error could be the difference between life and death. And we can hardly tell them there's no cause for concern. Perhaps not, though aided by our goodly growing way, we may yet find other ways to lighten their burden. Me? Be of use to the people. I'm honored you think me so capable, but I'm not sure I'm up to the challenge. Nevertheless, I believe in thee. If you say so, I suppose it can't hurt to try. I passed someone moping in the Western Plaza, looked to be in need of a helping paw. Might you start with him? This is as good place as any. Come. Darn it, it's just a bit too high to jump up on. Well, I guess in that case, we're gonna have to just go the old-fashioned way. Oh, can I help you? Is it you who would help me? Is my anxiety truly so obvious? A burden shared is a burden eased. Pray tell us of thy troubles. All those little fellows do look like good listeners. This is about ears. I'm an engineer, you see, and what they say of the ship, it's some of decades of Charlene ingenuity. It's built with peerless, elegant technology. That's all true, but I know that that's a guarantee. We've never before launched a starfaring vessel, let alone flown it in the great expanse. All the tests we've run have been on the ground. Only operational personnel and cargo will be aboard the first voyage. But even so, if it fails us then, what can we do? And even if it doesn't, it could fall apart in the next flight, or the one after that. We've done everything we can to prevent that from happening, but it hardly matters. We thought the Afterburner's design was flawless too, and look how that turned out. Thou art familiar with most daunting technologies. Thou dost, though, and thus does thou hold the power to allay his fears. I'm not so sure about that, but, maybe you could tell me if there are any aspects of the design you're especially worried about. Our ability to walk about and perform our tasks, for one. I've devised a means by which to employ gravity, a spatio-temporal spell to regulate the environment, but what if it's not strong enough? What if everyone floats away and begins to crash into things as soon as we do the star? Ah, gravitation. Yeah, maybe I can be of help with that after all. Up there is no different from being down here, you see. The same rules apply, and if you consider them as part of one big cosmos rather than separate places... I suspect both parties shall comfort in this conversation. Yet if Thancred's tale be true, still others benefit from insights born of thy experience. Might I prevail upon the Laportes to attend them? An excellent idea, if I do say so myself. There is naught we'd like more than to ease the hearts of the fine people of Theres and learn more about them while we're at it. Full glad am I to hear it. Gather thy companions and bring them hither. Coda, thou hast a gift for finding souls in need of succor. Pray seek out those distressed and inform them that help is at hand. I shall wait them here, that I might introduce each to a suitable Laport. Leave it to me. Oh, I do so look forward to that. A place for every Laport and every Laport in their place. Well, we have one obvious one right here. Level-head engineer. Concerns? Nay, there's no point worrying at this stage. You'll only make the work go that much slower. This person's coping rather well. Ah, good. No copium abuse here. Distracted. This person, maybe less so. 56 bunches of weeds in the ground, 56 bunches of weeds, rip one out, add to the mound. 55. Yeah, I'm not neglecting my duty, I swear. I was gonna need a little break, but I found myself unable to relax, so I went on a walk, noticed these weeds. A pleasant conversation partner is no so fuzzy. Goodness me, that does sound like a much better way to relax. Hyperventilating. Well, that person certainly looks like they're in need of help. By the gods, my chest is tight. Am I dying? Is what dying feels like? Oh, dude, pardon me. Yeah, I didn't see you there. There's no cause for concern, I assure you. No cause for concern, even though we may depart at any moment, and if the hull I designed buckles under the strain, the entire vessel may explode on launch, claiming countless lives and dooming all mankind. That's highly unlikely, yes, highly. Our visitors can help me triple check for structural flaws, you say? Well, that'd be wonderful. I'm breathing more easily already. let's just make sure there's no one over here before I... Okay. Unless there's someone on the other side of the wall, but I don't think there will be. Car from the Final Fantasy 15 celebration event is pretty cool. I feel it breaks the art style a bit, but I guess to be fair, it's a crossover. It's not supposed to be taken too seriously. Although... did I mute the mic in time? Sorry, I just sneezed there. Blasted assistants, where are they gone into a time like this? I beg pardon, but I don't have the time for idle chit-chat. I need to reconfirm the ether levels are consistent throughout the vessel's machinery. It seems I shall have to do it single-handedly. So I find the assistant's mine. Laporte's willing to help, why didn't you say so? At least they won't moan about how they checked 24 times already and haven't slept in weeks. I want to say that's kind of a problem, but I know the obvious response as well. It's the literal end of the world. My face, oh, ow, perhaps I am a bit tense. I was tasked with ensuring the proper fauna, and only the proper fauna, are brought to us on the moon. However, the suitability of a few species is still under debate, and I can hardly make the decision myself when I know so little about the environment up there. Including the Laportes in our discussion is a wonderful idea. Absolutely will, thank you. Perhaps their biology itself might offer some clue as well. You, yes, you, idiot. Have you seen an envelope lying about? It's imbecile. Refused to give me the alchemic I ordered without that bloody sealed parchment. Unless your friends have a spell to make me remember where I dropped my envelope, I doubt they'll be of much more help than you, and you've wasted much of my time already. It would be unfortunate for all involved to inflict upon this man upon the Laportes. What am I thinking about? The medical facilities of the ship, of course. I designed them with the assistance of our sages, as in healers, but to imagine every illness and injury one might face is beyond any of us, to say nothing of the effects of living out there indefinitely might have on the body. The crew from the moon, why did I not think of that? Tired gleaner. Is anything bothering me? Well, I've been loading cargo for bells now, so my back feels like a void sense played as a piano. My feet, knees, and drums are cymbals too. Seems fine if this guy seems fine if in need of a break. It's actually kind of funny seeing the car drive up this little incline. Consult collaborators. Suppose that'd be more effective than sitting or brooding. I'm attempting to calculate how much cargo we can consolidate into fewer trips. Should the ether burner make our original estimates unfeasible? There's simply too many variables. I feel as if my brow will turn inside out. Perhaps our lunar associates will have more insight into how much weight constitutes too much for our purposes. Thank you for letting me know. How might I help you? My, what a lovely idea. I too noticed people becoming rather tense, so I rushed to pluck some fresh and fragrant tea leaves. Now I just need to track down 100 or so cups, but don't you worry, I can manage. I hope your plan to cheer everyone up goes well. This woman's doing better than you are. Just leave me to my misery. The forum can appoint someone else. I'm sorry, I don't know what to do. How am I supposed to pilot the Ark if I'm already falling apart under the pressure? You know, a starship pilot that I could speak with, truly. Well, there's no time to waste. They can only prepare for this monumental task. Skeptical researcher. Have you heard of anything of what's on the moon? No doubt we can make it up there, but searching for a new star parson is awfully vague. Ask the forum, but they'll only tell us our collaborators have everything under control. Forgive me, but I don't feel particularly safe wandering the sea of stars. I was on God's knows what by God's knows who. I mean, the people there are here. You mean to say that I can speak with them directly? Amazing, I hope they like questions. Density, however. Let's find him very scared. Coda, he said he's glad we spoke. Thanked me. It was worth it after all, wasn't it? Even the mistakes we made, because even now we can tell them what not to do. Sometimes even just explaining what not to do can be a big help. When you put it that way. In the long run, however, most of you won't die, when you put it that way. Will so much dust not cause respiratory problems? That estimate seems accurate to me. Density out. Behold, Coda, though through thine efforts word has spread throughout Labyrinthos. Verily, to a far greater number than we anticipated, living way doth gather moral reports as we speak. I shall sign each one in accordance with their skills, and new bonds of friendship might be forged. Should greater matters require not thine attentions, watch over them, I prithee. Oh, destination. I should have known. That's where the cutscenes are all, after all.
So much in, well, in forever.
Lively, isn't it? The town is abuzz. Everyone eager to meet with our friends on the moon.
Twould behoove you to consult with Sleeping Way. As our moon's pilot, his advice should be most pertinent.
I'm impressed. Truth be told, I struggle to tell one from another. No offense intended, of course.
None taken. After you and your friends left Mare Elementorum, we spent no small amount of time with your Urianger. Oh, the conversations we had. He told us all about Atheris, answered our every question, no matter how trifling or trivial. Look! Every page filled to the margins with knowledge. When I first arrived, I was struck by how little I knew. It was daunting. But then I realized that were it not for Urianger and his teachings, we'd still be stuck on the moon, gazing at your world and wondering what we've been missing.
What would they think if they could see Urianger now? I dare say they'd be more than a bit surprised. And impressed, no doubt. Master Louis Soir, Minfilia, Papalimo, and not to forget.
Oh there. Heard there was a visiting expert who we might bother with a few questions. I take it you'd be the one.
Yes, I am.
That's odd.
Wilson and Blovida, Sharlayan's foremost researchers in the field of teleportation magic, and Moonbreeder's parents.
Well, this is going to be a very awkward conversation.
It hath been some time. 'Tis good to see you in good health.
She almost looks like the coroner from Great Ace Attorney Chronicles, although it's obviously
Likewise,
merely
old
coincidence.
friend. Lavida and I were most honored to answer the call. Never expected this reunion, though, did we, dear?
Alfei, the nerve. Sending that letter, then running off to the gods know where.
The literal moon.
Do you have any idea how worried we were?
I'm sorry. 'Twas remiss of me not to deliver the news in person. No, more than that. 'Twas I who...
Our daughter was disillusioned after Master Louisoix left her behind. The day the Scions called upon her was the happiest I'd seen her in years. She made her every choice of her own free will. No one could have ever forced her to do otherwise. Don't blame yourself for her death. Celebrate her life. You know that's what she'd want.
Despite only being a major character for a couple patch storylines in The Realm Reborn, the way to destroy the Ascians that she discovered has been an important part of the story, even all the way up to Shadowbringers. So there's no question her death was absolutely important. That is, she fulfilled a very important role.
If there is one thing we resent you for, it was that we could not be there to mourn her with you. Reading the words you penned in that shaky hand, we must have cried as much for you as we did for her.
I'm sorry. I truly am. I knew not what to say. Knew not how to express my feelings. The poems and platitudes of wiser men, musings on sadness and loss, studied and memorized, and meaningless in the moment.
Silly boy. We are all powerless before such grief. Even now, try as I might, the words escape me. But in our hearts, we know, we always know.
I remember when you were young, how the lads teased you for choosing the company of books over others. Our moon didn't take kindly to that. Be nice to Urianger, she'd shout, and give them a walloping. No matter how many times we scolded her.
So we offered a suggestion. Rather than starting fights, why don't you be the bridge between Urianger and the others? She had to mull it over for a while. Arms crossed, brow furrowed in intense thought. But from that day on, she never let you be alone. She'd drag you outside to play, pepper you with endless questions, read the same books you read, all to try and understand you that much better. I'm sure it was annoying and exhausting at the time, but she only ever had the best of intentions.
And look at you now, at the center of the crowd. The reason there even is a crowd, having brought these people together. You've no idea how proud we are.
To see the boy, our daughter, trusted and believed in more than anyone, grow into the man she always knew he could be. I can see her in you too. Feel her. She walks with you wheresoever you go. So thank you, Urianger, for being who you are.
I think I can feel her too. The truth of her life. Not sorrow, but hope and love.
This moon breeder. She was important to him, wasn't she?
In Rome Reborn, she was always telling him to get out, but to induce and be more active because he was back during the Realm Reborn Primal storyline. He was typically the one who gave you those quests, as well as the Bahamut stuff, I believe. Sorry. Choked up. He basically didn't interact with anyone unless he absolutely had to, but... yeah, as we saw here, he has absolutely no problem working with others. Or even drawing a crowd as necessary.
You could ask the man himself.
Oh, no. But watching this exchange reminds me how much I've yet to learn about your world. And its people.
You can live here your entire life and hardly learn a thing. And that's why it's too soon for this to end.
Remind me to Urianger for a drink when we have a moment to breathe. We're long overdue for one. We can raise a glass to Moonbreeda. We spent so long gazing at the star, wondering, hoping to be here now and walk among the people, to be part of their lives, and what made a difference. It's much more than I ever dreamed. Goodness me. Goodness me, I never felt like there was too little time before. So many people to talk to, so many things to learn. I was so busy asking questions about theories, never thought to ask more of Urianger. I'd like to, but where do I even begin? I assure you that my fellow Lumpets are equally excited to have this opportunity. We were humming the whole way here. Yeah, blatant Final Fantasy IV reference. The classical Rogadan language isn't so different from Erosian. Did you ever wonder why we named our daughter Moon's Bride? When I first held her, the moon was shining silver and full. The whole world seemed to glow. I knew it had chosen her, that she would be a beacon of that self-seen light. Of course, we'd later hear our fair share of jokes how we ought to have gone for Sun instead, with how bright and stubborn she was. But fiery as Moonbreeda was, she was always kind and gentle. Oh, Miss one of the Scions, correct? Thank you for caring for my daughter. The time spent with you was all too short, but I know she was proud to have you as comrades. Urianger is too, I'm sure. I certainly feel better for knowing he has good friends look after him. See that he comes home from time to time, will you? Oh, Kota, be assured I'm fine. I am. Full glad am I to see them too after so long. Gladder still that it was in your company. As difficult as it was to accept their kindness, it would have been far harder had I faced them alone. All anxiety over Charlie and Hamlet has thinned to more manageable levels. Thou hast my gratitude for lending courage to Laportes. Not dispose the rest on their laurels, several of the guests have elected to accompany my countrymen to their stations. Some few may still come hither seeking counsel, so I remind to aid them as need be. If thou art needed elsewhere, do not let me detain thee. As a matter of fact, I was hoping you might check on Alize. Last I checked, she was struggling to carry an enormous pile of books out the west gate. I'd go myself, but we both know whose help she's less likely to scorn. Not to mention that, much to my misfortune, I can think of several other things I ought to be doing. Later. Pray, assist Mistress Alize. She hath taken up too great a burden, like as not. Living Way and I shall attend to matters here. This is probably going to mostly be filler, I imagine, but I don't mind. This, while we're filling time as far as the main plot is concerned, dealing with actual character stuff with the main cast is not time wasted, in my opinion. Indeed, there's a reason people really do like the Scions quite a bit, and why many of them are fan favorites. In fact, I can't think of any that are especially hated. Granted, Alphino used to be really hated, but he's since grown in the opinion of most. Part of me even wonders if perhaps he was intentionally meant to be somewhat annoying at first, so that his growth would be more... Hard to say, really. It's difficult to make a character that's intentionally annoying and not, you know, overbearing. As well as difficult to, well, it's difficult to make a proper character arc to begin with, let alone someone who starts annoying and stops being annoying. Because first impressions are very important. It's why a lot of characters who grow out of their problems generally aren't credited for it. At least not as much. Like, I know Squall in Final Fantasy VIII is not a very popular character, but the people I know who have actually played assure me that he does eventually grow out of his annoying, angsty self by the end. Likewise, I know some find Tidus very annoying for Final Fantasy X, but he does grow a lot as a person by the end of the story. Koda, what are you doing here? Heard you need some help with heavy lifting, and well, I'm a strength-based class right now. No, I do mind if you help with the boxes, but so far it's the most exhausting of tasks, are you sure? Well, I appreciate the assistance. Yeah, I'm a strength-based job. But it wouldn't make much sense to not take advantage. You need to get these to Aporia. Time is short, of course, but they're full of organic specimens and samples, so try not to be too rough with them. Especially be careful not to break Astromechanical. McLord Astromechanical, that's his favorite. Alphino should be waiting for us when he arrives, so I'll see you there. I'd probably best avoid the path when there's an enemy literally right on it. Well, not quite literally, but right next to it. Or maybe it can. I do know that tripping over my words here. I do know that some enemies in this area do genuinely go over the walking path. So following the road is not necessarily the safest course of action. Now, whether that monster does or not, I couldn't tell. I misjudged its... because I guess I lack the mystic eyes of depth perception, which give you the power to locate objects within a three-dimensional space. Oh, you're having the crates. Wonderful. You can put that there with the others. At least it's nice putting my character's super strength to some practical use beyond just combat. You have my gratitude, but how did you come to be involved in this? I suppose I'll have to have Thancred to thank as well. You're wondering why we were tasked with bringing these boxes to Aporia to begin with. So was I. It turns out this is a base of operations of sorts. Those with the final say as to what is included in the ship's manifest can be found here. Father included, I suspect. That should be everything. You carried all that at once? Are you trying to injure yourself? Oh, hush, they're lighter than they look, and not everyone has your delicate arms. I suppose we should let someone know we've finished. Theo Paladin's in the courtyard. We can report to him. Why don't you come along? You should get credit for your assistance at least, considering where we are. We might even learn something interesting. One thing I also do like that this game does that not all others do is having multiple quests that take you through multiple locations before it completes. Like how I just spoke with Alpha Noah and I have to speak with someone else, but it's not the end of the quest. Most other games have to have one quest finish as you talk to someone and then immediately start another. Though I definitely will say there's some things I wish they could improve, like I'll to the Aetheryte while I'm here. Assume I haven't been here already. Alright, it's time to attune to Mechlord Astromechanical. Like, one thing I do genuinely miss from Warcraft that I do wish would be added here is something like the Mythic Plus dungeons. While the dungeons in that game don't have as much interesting storylines as the dungeons in this one, they feel a lot more impactful because even the simple first one you unlock that's basically a tutorial for any gimmicks or stuff going for the rest of the expansion will eventually be expanded upon and made into a Mythic Plus, basically a raid team. Because Mythic Plus dungeons are apparently on par with raid needs for challenging content, and I thought that was genuinely fun. In fact, I did stream when I was with a small group to do Mythic Pluses before I left, and I did genuinely enjoy my time with those guys in those dungeon runs. Now, since the team is broken up, I have no intention of returning, and nor do I have any motivation to, even with the upcoming patch. But nonetheless, my point is, I do think 14 could be using a lot more with their dungeons. I mean, even for anyone who doesn't play, even the so-called, I can even show you right here, actually. Yeah, like, there's Ferocious and Ferocious Hard. Those aren't actually accurate. The so-called hard mode dungeons are a completely different dungeon that just happens to recycle assets. Story-wise, it's usually the dungeon after you finish the dungeon the first time, clear out the boss, and then what happens after. Sometimes a new enemy will move on in to take advantage of the fact that their natural predators are gone. Sometimes it gets rebuilt, like one island, you clear up monsters, and then the Limsa army builds and makes a base there that you can then explore and help train with. Pretty cool stuff, I think, but there's no real difficulty increases for it. Each dungeon you'll typically go through its storyline, maybe go through a roulette once in a while, but that's about it. Which I do think they could be doing more with them, but unfortunate. This must be Theopaldin. I keep thinking we've seen him elsewhere, but I cannot life of me remember when. Oh, well, it never ends, does it? What can I do for you? We brought samples from the Charlene Harmlet, Series 110. The crates are by the entrance. Ah, thank you. I'd expected one of my colleagues, but we're dreadfully short-handed. Just a moment. You're Fortuno's children. Huh. Alpha Noah and Alzair at service. You're well acquainted with father, I take it? Quite. I've been friends with their parents since our days at the studium. I remember when you were yay high, waddling hither and thither. Clearly, it's been quite some time since we've met. It's good to see you again, wielding your father's knowledge, no less. You knew our parents when they were young. What they like, pray spare no detail. I should like nothing more than to regale you. Alas, I am meant to be in charge here, in the realms of paperwork want for submission. We can help with that, in exchange for any sort of stories our parents would never willingly divulge, of course. Very well, then. There happen to be 3 sets of documents that need deliveries. How about each of you take one? Wait right there. You'll find the forum representative waiting to collect these near the southernmost structure. I hope I haven't kept her waiting too long. Never mind Alpha Noah Alize, I'm sure they'll come back soon enough. Who are you, by the by? The twins, Mander? I already did a tune, right? Yeah. It'll just say, tell you if you're unattuned if you look at it in the map screen like that. Alright, so I need to find them in one of the southern buildings here. Ah, there we are. I think technically you can turn off the map markers, but for the sake of keeping things expedient, I'm keeping them on. Just keeping them on. Are you sure not one of the Scions? I thought you were meant to be working at the Ether Burner. Signed documentation. The nature of this paperwork is not particularly a well-guarded secret, but due to how dull it is to read, it will nevertheless remain unknown. So it's not a secret, but our character finds it a bit too boring to read. Oh, Theopoldin's paperwork. I was beginning to worry he'd misplaced his quill. I appreciate your help in seeking these documents in my hands at last. As for your other task, pray keep this between us, but I sure hope your science succeed. The Exodus is, without a doubt, the most monumental undertaking in the history of the Forum, and so we will be circumspect in all respects. Risk is a privilege we cannot afford ourselves. At its heart, however, Charlene's ever been a nation of the curious. It would be a tragedy indeed if we were to stymie your pursuit of the truth. Quick and efficient. I dare say you have talent for this work. The twins' papers only need to be delivered elsewhere, so they should be returning any moment. We return with not a scrap of paperwork remaining on our persons, you'll note. You both have my thanks and my apologies for sending you on an errand far below your ambitions. Why, even as a babe, you struggled out of your swaddling... And that is quite enough of that, thank you. I was compromising stories of our parents we asked to hear, to reiterate. Of course. I've known your father for so long, I must have something. Well, as you know, part of why the Levier name garners such respect in Charlene is your family's storied history. You two can trace your ancestry directly to those who came aboard. Nine Crowns Hope, a lineage few can claim. I never thought much of it myself. It's not as though our forebears founded our nation, they were simply there when it happened. Nonetheless, it's been traditionally as a point of pride. 'Tis why the pronouncement, renounce the ways of war and pursue enlightenment through knowledge and reason, has ever been our family's creed. Until your grandfather's time, Archon Louis Soir looked not only to Niankrimp's words, but his deeds. He asserted in defiance of his peers that choosing to save the great and the small, all from a defying rising tide, was truly a mark of our founder's value. Ah, crap, there's a bot. Let me just ban him here. There we are. Perhaps it was his expertise, his knowledge of ancient prophecy and the fall of civilizations, that led him to conclude that to eschew conflict at every turn was to co-sign mankind's doom. Indeed, and remember, one of Medion's sisters found a civilization that eschewed all war possible, but they still ended up falling and becoming extinct. There will ever be conflict and calamity will follow, and thus, to ignore the plight of those one might conceivably save is not wisdom, it's indolence. You remember his words well. Archon Louis Soir lived by that personal creed and used every means at his disposal to bring succor to those in need, Charlene or no. No one loved and admired her grandfather more than his son. Yet Fortunato could not reconcile Louis Soir's deeds with the philosophy of their forebears and peers, a philosophy which he believed so fervently, yet he made a pariah of his father. Fortunato agonized over this contradiction for much of his life. Oh goodness, father! A son may carry on his father's blood, but the choices are his own to bear. Is it not thus? God's no fort who's a cranky old goat, but I'm sure you butt heads often enough already. Yet even so, you must know that you are constantly in his thoughts, every moment of every day, and that's not an exaggeration, the slightest. You should have seen him when you were born. Barely recognizable he was. The kind of dumbfounded grin I'd not seen since he first took fancy to your mother. He was practically skipping when he told me the news. Take my word for it, he loves you to an embarrassing degree. But he's also frustratingly single-minded. Once he decided to give an actions for the best, he will stay the course no matter who or what opposes him. Profoundly annoying habit when you're on the other end of it, as I'm sure you'll agree. Well, I suppose the twins aren't much better. I'll say. Thank you for your insight. When next we meet our parents, I shall mention that we spoke. Try not to get me into too much trouble now. I need the forum on my side. Speaking of which, I ought to be getting back to work. I'll have to make sure those specimens you brought make it to their proper places. Or the cranky old goat will certainly have my hide. We shall speak again later. Hail, you three. Graha, surely Kakol hasn't driven you out of the forge already? For better or for worse, no. He's set me on a task that requires more than my single pair of hands, and yet here you are. I could use at least one of you, but I won't object to more. Unfortunately, Ali's didn't have prior commitments, and we've delayed too long as it is. What about you, Coda? Can you spare the time? Sure, I've been lending my hands to as many as possible. Perfect, this shouldn't take long. That reminds me, I should get rid of some of the older gear that I do not need anymore. Not sure if I want to keep those. I do not need this, so I'll go ahead and desynthesize it. Here. That looks nice, I might keep it. Actually, how does this look? This is supposed to be part of the full set, huh? I don't really like the red, honestly. Maybe I can sell it or something. There's a lot of Reapers out there who need the gear. Mask of Maiming. Helm of Maiming. Do not need. Do not need this either. Ooh, Ametrine. Neat. I can sell all these later, I guess. It's just strange to hear a father spoken of in such a way, but I suppose you would find your view of me no less odd. Much as I'd like to press Thalpalid in for more revealing tidbits, we should be getting back to our tasks. A specified task awaits you. In the event that our, and I quote, promised heap of adamantite falls right out of the bloody sky into my lap, Master Kokol wishes to be ready for the proverbial hammer to the anvil at a moment's notice. To fabricate these parts, however, he needs the flames to be burned hotter. He sent me to increase the amount of ether being funneled to his surfaces. The flow of fire-aspected ether in Labyrinthos is regulated by an elemental reactor south of here, which I borrowed the key. The adjustments require 2 people to carry out safely, but I can explain the process when we arrive. This is where we part, then. I'll see you in the Charlian Hamlet once the adamantite arrives, if not before. This way, then. I need a drink. Give me just one moment, please. Ah, there we go. Much better. Well, it feels really good to have my studies done and ready to focus entirely on some, well, aside from the usual nose the grindstone of regular day job work, but in the general sense, it feels nice that I can absolutely put my time into the game here, which is especially good because I'm hoping to finish this weekend. I absolutely do not want to miss. I absolutely want to get as much done as I can to avoid any spoilers before the end. The reactor is housed within this facility. I'll be able to go inside and adjust the fire ether output. When I do, a large amount of water-respected ether will issue from the vent. I expect this to attract at least a few elementals, which we'd both rather not be drawn to the reactor itself, trust me. Can I ask you to put down any that draw too near? I trust they'll pose a little threat. Wait here, if you would. Oh my. There we are. Perfect. Further creatures have been attracted. Yeah, I need to remember to prepare Harvest Moon here. It's not a huge deal until I start doing the harder later game stuff, but I don't know, I guess this feels like the only clunky skill. Everything else, including the new Plentiful Harvest, feels like it slots into the rotation pretty smoothly. Everything goes smoothly out there. Yeah, they were pretty easy. I thought as much. No major complications to speak of inside either. And the water ether appears to be venting properly. I expect Kokol will have seen a difference in his forge flames by the time I return. Since I have you, there was another matter I thought I'd discuss with you. Nothing terribly important, merely something I've been considering. Part of this I shared with everyone, yet you and only you have been to Elpis. As we've established, refined adamantite's a productive alloy of the Empire's twilight years, in fact. There's a material which saw much use as part of the Allagan's efforts to extend beyond the bounds of this world, Dalaman, of course, being the most prominent. Of those who would push further, expand the Allagan Empire to encompass the heavens and stars above, perhaps the greatest was its infamous technologist, Amon. Did you remember his life as Hermes? I believe he had his own reasons. There's no evidence to suggest he retained memories of his former life, or at least not at the time. He had only joined the Ascians once the Empire was all but dust, as you know. If not his memory, though, what drove him to pursue the idea with such fervor? This may seem far-fetched, but what if souls, like minds, have a personality, so to speak? A natural disposition towards which they are inclined? We know that with relative certainty that it was a gross decadence and inexorable decline of Alec that moved Amon to resurrect Emperor Zand. The Empire's people spoke lightly of death and destruction, experimenting on those they deemed beneath them to fill the emptiness in their hearts. In facilitating Zand's return, Amon provided these languid souls with means to free themselves from the mire of their own indolence. Or would have, had Zand not been convinced by his own death that life itself was meaningless. Amon's desire for his countrymen to conquer the heavens could only be a means of the same end, and still people with a new purpose. Like Hermes before him, Amon was appalled by how those around him had lived, but could never bring himself to believe those lives were devoid of meaning. Both of them sought out meaning, that hope in distant stars. Such is my running theory anyways. Ultimately, it is the consequences of their actions that matter. Their motives are of no moment. Yeah, that's kind of the thing. You know, it's said that we always judge ourselves by our intentions, but others by their actions, and vice versa. Yeah, and others will each judge themselves by their intentions, but all by their actions. To reach those stars on wings of adamantite, to travel to the ends of creation beyond, the promise of hope everlasting. That much I do understand. But enough musing for now. Shall we see how Kokol is doing? I imagine the intent is for me to go this way to unlock the last of my mapping. At least of this particular area. Some stuff is still missing. I could go out of my way to do it later, or I could just wait until I unlock flight and get it all that way. You don't get anything major by unlocking all the map of a region, just this little achievement. But of course, that's pretty much secondary to the main benefit, that being, you know, having the areas all mapped out so you can easily tell where to go. Well moisturized, researcher. If I set off this fate, I imagine others will follow soon. Probably be with a boon for me to do so, given we're probably going to reach level 90 soon. 89 soon. Well, 90 as well, actually. We're extremely close to the end now. Well moisturized, researcher. Poring over research papers until the early hours as poor as snow with papers, so I begin to study moisturizers. This new batch, I require fresh fragments of the most perpetually moist somas. Quickly now, my colleagues. Then let the harvesting commence. Collect samples directly if you're feeling bold. If not, the fragments they shed are just fine. If I complete at some percent, people will think it's being done, so... A shard of an elemental moisture is surprisingly solid to touch. Yes, it'll be the form of the perfect base for the lotion I have in mind, but I'll need more fragments. More fragments, I say. Good damage, actually. Moisture. Ah, such a wonderful source of moisture. Now just surrender samples to me. Yes, this will be perfect. There we are. It's not much, but every bit helps, I think. Oh, I don't even have to repair anything. Nice. I did thoroughly brief Kakol on refined Adamantite's history. I only volunteered to go to the reactor because I was finished and there was little else to do. Hopefully that dispels any misapprehensions I was kicked out for prattling on. Phew, I can feel the flames ablazing from here. Glad you found someone capable, Grahop. There's not much left for you to do, unless you can conjure up that refined adamantite any faster. 3, 2, 1. There we are. In your fate. Oh, nice. Bonus. Excellent. A good boost of experience. And looks like we're done here. Ether current is, as usual, worked up over the ether burner. I do trust you deliver on your promise. I do, only... Wait, I want that adamant. What now? We, share your impatience, I assure you. Is there truly no other assistance we can do in the meantime? I wish. The settling's about unbearable. Maybe the form frowns on recreational explosions. Well, as long as they can't prove it was premeditated. Get you gone. I have mistakes to make. In that case, I suppose I should go and return the key to the reactor. I'll have one more look to make sure nothing has gone wrong, unintentionally otherwise. I'm certain there's better uses for your time, however. I'll join you in the hamlet anon. Of course, on parks, there are massive chocobo there. You wait here, your companions will show up sooner or later. Yeah, of course, on parks, there are big chocobo there. Oh well. Fitting someone here is named Kali Yuga, since I believe that's one of the apocalyptic events in Hindu lore, I believe.
All set, I take it?
All set, I take it.
We finished what we could. Delivered supplies, tracked down escaped animals, trivial tasks as they may be.
Good old-fashioned adventuring rule.
That's enough, don't you think? If there was anything more important still undone, that would be a problem in itself.
Probably, yeah.
The vessel is essentially ready for departure. All that remains is to load the final batch of supplies and see everyone on board. Once we've readied the ether burner, that is.
Ah, had a feeling we might find you all here.
Our consultations with the Loperites, too, have run their course. Pleased I am to say that our researchers' concerns have, for the most part, been allayed, though some insist on making adjustments to the very end. For their part, Livingway and her peers have graciously offered to stay and keep the people company, lest any lingering queries go unanswered.
All that remains is to wait for the refined adamantite.
Alphino, are you there? It's me, Kryl. Your special delivery has arrived. Round up everyone and come to the harbor at once.
Speak of the devil. Let us go at once.
Forgive the intrusion, Master Fortuner. I bring urgent news. A great commotion has broken out in Scholar's Harbor. Your presence is requested, with all speed.
Now, where might this delivery be?
Oh. Oh. It's quite a bit more than we were expecting, but then again, you can say they can't be too much. Airships and sea ships.
I'm sure it's very important, but we cannot accept these without the proper permits.
Worldly
Why the
affairs.
12? Surely, these can't all be.
From the sky pirates from the Shadow of Mockery.
Bleeding hellfire! They're bringing them by sea and by air. All these folks in these crates.
And more on the way. You've got your adamantite right here. A bigger haul than any of these sorry bastards brought, and that's no lie.
Yes, because you were charged with seeing the shipments from Gridania and Uldar here, along with your own. Give credit where credit is due.
Sounds like the sorry whinger of a sore loser. An hypocrite to boot. Ain't no way a scrawny whelp like you took a dozen steps inside a Dalaman shard.
I'll have you know I went all the way to the entrance. Furthermore, 'twas my contacts that enabled us to enlist the cooperation of the Sky Pirates.
Left you outside so you wouldn't get anyone killed, did they? Well then, credit where credit's due, you did a right fine job sitting on your ass.
Take that back.
Make me.
I will not stoop to your level.
My, what a grand welcome party.
Hancock and Saraban.
We come bearing relics both sacred and Allegan, as well as a few other gifts that may be of help, to be presented with best wishes from the Eastern Alliance. And we brought a number of items from Eureka as well, courtesy of one Ejika Sunjika. He says a little advance warning would have been appreciated.
Advance warning would have been appreciated. Well, to be fair, this was a bit...
I myself have come with a sacred relic of Rayson Temple. 'Twas passing fortunate that Senri's dango craving brought us to Kugane.
Senri's
we
dango.
arrived precisely as Hancock was making his arrangements.
Well, I'm glad things worked out.
Upon learning of your need, we made haste back to Hell's Lid, with our dango, never fear, and consulted with the other auspices. All consented to the lending of Tenzin's legendary Phoenix Blade for this noble cause.
Phoenix Blade legend.
Suzaku and Seiryu were nevertheless worried that it might be lost in transit, however, and insisted upon accompanying me to Onakoru, where I had intended to entrust it to our Confederate allies. I thought instead to give it over to Hancock when we chanced to cross paths yet again. But alas, Seiryu remained ill at ease, and ordered me see the blade into your hands personally, or die trying.
Or die trying.
We did, of course, need quite the impressive vessel to get it all here in time. Fortunately, our majestic associates have been more than helpful. 'Tis an honor to join the Warrior of Light on another adventure, they tell me.
Those are the ones from, I believe those are the ones from the Evilus raid. That particular storyline, I mean.
That is all wonderful to hear, but what of the extraordinary cost? I shudder to think of the ransom we must pay for such a bounty.
Fret not for your coin purse, young Alphino. Lord Lolorito looks ever towards the profits of the future, and thus the East Aldenar Trading Company went to some lengths to reduce the financial liability. And since the Scions funded the entire venture, not a gill need be rendered up in compensation. Everything is already yours.
We funded the venture? When?
Don't let the name fool you. This coin keeper knows a thing or two about spending.
For once, Tataru gets to do something she's good at
When it comes
properly.
to capital investiture,
Yeah, exactly.
a sprinkling of gil here and there will not do. You need enough savings to make waves when it really counts, which is why frugality is paramount. We also have the benefit of a generous patron. Generous being rather an understatement. She has supported us from the shadows since the very founding of the Scions. We even had coffers to fill.
Mother!
So she was funding the whole thing the entire time.
I remain, of course, an entirely neutral party. I simply thought our family's coffers were needlessly full.
Well, what's the point of having money if you don't spend it?
We can hardly take them with us on your teeny tiny toy boat.
I was about to
now,
say.
can we? And would be a shame to leave all that hard-earned wealth unspent.
Yeah, I was about to say, especially when the world's ending and money's about to be meaningless anyway, so...
Waste not.
However did you manage so much in so short a time then? We expected word to reach only a fraction of our allies.
Did I not tell you I have my ways? Erenville, you were involved too.
I received a letter from Cryo after we parted ways in Labyrinthos. She explained what the Scions were trying to accomplish, and why you might soon require the services of the Gleaners, spread across the world as we are. I pray you do not interpret this as a betrayal of Charlotte. I accept that the Forum's aim in pushing us to our limits was to preserve what knowledge we have, and I bear you no ill will for it. Yet, in collecting that knowledge, what I came to appreciate most about our star is that there remains so much we do not know. That is why I chose to help the Scions, to combat the obliteration of those countless undiscovered wonders. I held no illusions that they would be less demanding taskmasters. Though, rest assured, if I had, I would have been sorely disappointed. To make a long story short, the whole of the guild ship cooperated to ensure your call was heard far and wide.
Oh, dang.
What's this about a ship that can fly to the moon?
That can fly to the moon.
And why didn't you mention it sooner? The one time you don't beg my aid, your problem's a bloody ship that can fly to the moon.
Sid, you brought the team.
Of course. Garland Ironworks' finest. You need only point us towards my new favorite ship. Oh, I nearly forgot. We stopped by Whirlit before coming here and picked up a package from Gaius. He's still of the mind that actions make for better penance than words, contrite or otherwise, so we offer none of the latter. What he sent is an Allegan relic Valens used in his weapons experiments. Has a fair bit of refined adamantite in it too.
Oh, wonderful.
As you like us not suspect, we've also brought adamantite from Mordona's Dalamud shard. I admit to some consternation upon first receiving Kryl's message. So few Scions remain at the Rising Stones now. Far too few for such an expedition. However, the Gleaners were able to secure us reinforcements. Idleshire's treasure hunters, not least among them.
Yeah, Isleshire and Mordona both are basically a haven for adventurers in the general sense. So I guess it makes sense they had plenty of people willing to help out.
I know. How the Gobbyflock fought. Slowfix's gratitude for the safe return of his daughter has not waned, and he gathered his kin to our side with an astounding quickness. The clash between their machina and the Allegan defences was a sight to behold. I wager even you would have been impressed by the magnitude of the gobby booms.
Dang, I can only imagine.
Fascinating as all this is, I fail to see how it explains your presence here. Does Razat-Han not have more pressing concerns?
We do. Yet averting the final days would be the most expedient solution. That, and I am indebted to you. though they chose to take their leave of Thavnair, those you saved in Galimund remain my people. My gratitude is beyond words.
Yeah, he's not. I appreciate him understanding. In fact, he probably figured, oh, it's fine. While it's disappointing that some were lost, if the Scions hadn't been there, they would have all died. So the fact that any survived is
appropriate that I aid you in kind. If in the doing we bring salvation to others of this star, so much the better.
I really appreciate it. Throughout all the expansions, it's always been a matter of earning the trust of the local people in charge, but Thavnair was the one nation where everything went absolutely smoothly, at least as far as the bureaucracy went. And Vitra never hesitated to accept our help and offer to help us in return, and that was a nice change of pace, if we're completely honest. And it's not like there wasn't climactic stuff going on between the tower and the first area where the blasphemies, the witches, showed up, but there was definitely a lot going on there.
You will recall that I spoke of my father, Midgard Summer, and his journey across the great expanse. As he traveled betwixt the stars, his resplendent scales drank of the ether in those nigh empty surrounds, and imparted to him the strength to persevere. Thinking they might further your cause, I called out to my kin for consent. Ajdaya's answer was silence, as ever. Tiamat and Hrisvelgre, however, responded favorably to the suggestion. My sire, too, stirred from his slumber long enough to speak and say, "Very well." Thus have I brought you his own worm scales. Fit them to your purpose, and seek a worthier fate for us all.
You'd be hard-pressed to find someone else so familiar with the unique properties of dragon scales. So I invited myself.
Bugger me, this is so unbelievable. I've gone right back round to believing it again.
Forget a 6% gain in efficiency. With all these goodies, we could get 7, no, 10, no, 14 bleeding percent. Think of how far we could go! What we could do with that much power! What we could blow up!
If Kokol is duly convinced, then it must be true. In which case, the Scion's end of the bargain has been fulfilled. Would you not agree?
Yes, Father?
I know not what you seek of Hydaelyn, nor for what purpose you would take command of our ship. Yet this much is certain. To do so will be to dictate the fate of this star and the lives upon it, the lives of each and every creature, in their magnitude and their fragility. Do you understand? And are you prepared?
We have seen and we have felt how much each life shapes this world. And so we are determined to abandon none. We understand what is at stake, and we are prepared to bear this burden.
Then I will bear it with you. I beg you, share your struggles with me, as family. You grasped my fingers with such tiny hands the day you were born. I thought my heart might burst. It was love and happiness beyond expression. Overwhelming. And a conviction so powerful that I trembled with something close to rage. I had heard the final days foretold. I swore to myself then and there that I would not let them steal your futures. The great exodus would succeed, must succeed. No sacrifice or sin was worse than the alternative. If anything gave me pause, 'twas mine own father. The Archon Louisoix openly decried Charlian's policies, a perspective which I regarded with increasing disdain as I grew older. Yet even as part of me thought him a fool, perhaps I also hoped that he, of all people, would devise a brilliant means to save my children. A naive hope, but stubborn enough that I could never bring myself to keep you apart. No, that was his doing. When he perished at Carteneau, as we pulled that twisted slab of Dalamud from the sea, I remembered the warmth of your newborn touch. Chastened, I vowed never again to suffer any interference in my mission to protect you. No matter that you yourselves wished otherwise. Detest me, fight me tooth and nail, I would suffer it, and more, and be satisfied so long as I could force you onto the ship. I was wrong. You two have grown so much stronger and so much wiser than I dared dream. You have earned the right to walk your own path. And already begun to do so.
Good. Because there are things we care about, and people we love, and none of them is replaceable. Not a one.
It cannot have been an easy journey for you to have come so far.
We shall be glad to acquaint you with the finer details someday, once this danger has passed. All that we have seen and heard, that we have felt and learned in our travels. Ours is not a kind world, but it is beautiful. Always.
Oh no. Are you quite sure that's wise? After all, someone turns pale and flees the room when he sees so much as an envelope containing word of your adventures. Whatever will happen if he learns what you were really up to?
Amelians. Though I have wronged my children most gravely, I owe you an apology as well. I assumed that it was the Scion's influence that made them so keen to charge headlong into danger. Yours, in particular. I see now that said influence instead brought them together with the many fine people gathered here today. In which case, I hope you continue to guide them.
If we've finished loitering about the harbor, might I suggest we put our plans into motion? People are beginning to look confused.
Perhaps you can spare a few words ere they resume the tedious lugging of cargo. You have no small number of friends and admirers here, after all.
Why, I've never been good at on-the-spot speeches. The ultimate thing. Everyone, lend us your strength.
Your assistance is appreciated. Now, in an orderly fashion, if you please.
Bonds of adamantite. Oh my, it hurts from tracking so many people to Labyrinthos, but it only proves we got our money's worth. I apologize for not informing you of Aaron Vale's involvement. He was something of a contingency plan. Thank goodness we had him and his fellow gleaners at hand, though. It would have been monstrously difficult to locate Sid and transport the Honish delegation here otherwise. I had no idea how massive of a weight it was until he lifted off my shoulders. More importantly, his words to affirm that the path we walk is the right one. Parts of me might have been satisfied so long as my family and friends survived the final days, but to save the star, what we all want most, and if the same people believe I can help see it done, who am I to say otherwise? Come what may, I'll fight for this world and ours until the very end. If I never see another crate again, it'll be too soon. I cannot wait to see what our friends from Ironworks do with the ship. Unaided, we Scions could never have gathered such a bounty. Refined adamantite, sacred relics, and ancient alike. I find myself quite overcome. The time has come to claim our prize. Are you prepared? Lee sent a letter along with Gridania's contribution. It seems she traveled there to aid in their adamantite recovery. Evidently, journeying to Gridania was quite the trial, as it was getting to the Dalmanshard, as was reaching its depths. I suspect she'll have a few kind words to say about the Alligans when we next meet. We finally managed to clear the harbor, which means the rest is in the engineer's capable hands. Meanwhile, Father has issued us an invitation. As was agreed, we will reveal the means by which Heidelin may be contacted. We are to meet him at the Emporia when ready. Given the vital knowledge she holds, I suggest we leave without delay. It transpires, however, the Forum's method for speaking with her is not without risks. I'm curious to hear what it might entail, but regardless, be warned. Most of those who arrive with adamantite have offered to stay and see through any remaining tasks. The Forum has already asked for my assistance in overseeing the process, so you needn't worry about a thing. Thank you, Tartar. We're off to Emporia then. Where we shall duel the villain from Yu-Gi-Oh! 5Ds. Coda, I've already shown the others inside. You will speak with Caroline. She has the key to the lift and can send you down after me. Looks like we're gonna finally go to the center there and find out the truth here. How have they been speaking with Heidelin so far? I hope the fact it's more efficient and more powerful than the anti-tower means it may be our last possible hope to find the beacon as to where Meteos has been hiding. Here with Master Fortuno, just a step inside the lift here. Now we shall descend to the final area. From here, we proceed to the heart of Labyrinthos, and its most closely guarded secret, Baumat Mazen. It marks the beginning of end of our efforts, which we still seek an audience with the star, and whence we will embark on the journey of the heavens. This way, if you please. I guess when they vanished, I should have realized it would be a cutscene set off by reversing past a certain point. ship. Same one from the title screen, I would assume. There's only so many ways it could be there, after all. I bid you welcome to Thalmazin. Direct your attention towards the center, or behold the ark which we have long labored. As you can see, 'twas designed as a medium-sized craft to better reduce the fuel consumption. Miniaturizing magics were applied to its interior to ensure the thrust-to-weight ratio does not place too great a limitation on its freight capacity. The Aetherburner, as you know, has been removed for further modification, but we shall reattach it soon enough. I have received word that Kokol and several of your allies are working on it with intense fervor. They sure see it done. 'Twas by their expertise that many a prior disaster was averted. If anything, I fear they will not afford us much time for speaking with Hydaelyn before they finish. Point taken. Let us move on. I must warn you again, however, that even with the benefit of our device, to treat with her is no simple feat. I can imagine the zeal which they're working on the ether burner, and all I can say is I'm glad we have something to do other than get in their way. Once it's ready, we'll see to it the ship is put to good use. Think how many generations labored for this end, and we aim higher still. We must bear no preparation, and that means speaking with Hydaelyn no matter the cost. Meeting Hydaelyn proves difficult even for the Forum. Perhaps oh, just an uninformed idea at this phase, I'm sorry. I'll duly inform you if anything comes of it. We must learn of Hydaelyn's greater plan. We can only hope that she also knows the current location of Meteion, and we can do neither if we focus on whatever trial awaits us within. Do not focus on whatever trial awaits within. I doubt that this is what Ehrenfeld meant when he said there remains much we do not know, but I still can't believe that everything was hidden underneath the city this entire time. It was the Alligans who first combined the mechanical and ethereal sciences into revolutionary discipline. Given the ship is nothing short of a technological marvel in the precise vein, Alligan salvage would suit it well. It would seem the enchantments most advanced have been woven into the ship's very bones. Wolfsoon and Bloweed were doubtless called upon for their expertise in teleportation magics. You feel it too, don't you? The ship is impressive, but it pales compared to vast primordial power beneath our feet. I've done what I can to impress upon you the gravity of what lies ahead. Are you prepared? Oh, come on, darn you. Fine, I'll go with trials. This should be very much quicker. Trials Roulette can be anything at this point, including... Could be anything at this point, including Zodiark is what I mean. So I do need to be very careful. But I should have known I'd be a bit short again. I thought about doing a low-level roulette along the way, but... I'm performing final checks for the Ark we're constructing. Even the smallest error could lead to a catastrophe, so we cannot be too careful. Oh yes, I know you. Your reputation in the rumor mill precedes you. At any rate, how may I help you? What do you do here? I'm a researcher, and have long since been involved with the art's construction. I confess I'm conflicted about the culmination of all our efforts. While I'm proud of what we accomplished, it also means the final days are close at hand. The facility in which you now stand can be considered the very heart of Labyrinthos. The construction of the Ethereal Observation Facility, the Altiescape, allowed us to direct contact with Heidelin, granting us eyes to see the truth. It is that event which inspired us to nameless location, Thalmazin. When the plans for the Ark were set in motion, a dockyard was erected here to facilitate its development. Such information, of course, is kept secret, privy only those with direct knowledge of the project. Check it again, will you? Be careful. Blue to the moon. I believe that's a Blue Mage title. Assume once I unlock flight, well, there might be an invisible wall preventing me from going in there. Well, you can bet I'll be YOLOing into there as soon as possible. Everything's very much in order here, I would say. The central circuit, and as far as I can tell, there's nothing over here. Wasted 14. So might as well go here. Trial, unless it's Zodiark, the trial should be very quick. That's why I decided to do that for a bit of an experience boost. That said, it might not be as much, it might leave me just a tad shy, which would be very embarrassing, but I don't want to risk an entire dungeon run. Gelatin. Wastewater with high concentration of etheric energy should never be allowed to flow near an elemental reactor. There are several gelatinous reasons why, and all of them unwelcome. There. Oh, there we are. Grinding? At the moment, yes. As you can see, I'm just a tiny sliver away from level... Because, as you can see, my next quest is level 89, and as you can see, I'm just a sliver away. So this one trial should get me the last bit I need. I only need about 500k experience, and that's about what I'll get from this. Spoilers for anyone who doesn't play this game, this is the final boss of Heaven's Ward, and he's going to be extremely easy thanks to even with the stat crunch, he should be extremely easy. Looks like someone in the party is finishing Heaven's Ward. Hope they like the story. I definitely say that Heaven's Ward's where the game really started getting its sea legs, so to speak. Those are either current quests. There are, yes, but first of all, the quests only give me 50k each, and also, meanwhile, the trial is only going to be a few minutes at most, and I get the experience I need. But yeah, if that doesn't work, I'll just do an ether current quest. That reminds me, can Dark Knights actually get King Thoradin's sword? I need to look that up. I know you couldn't when he first came out, but they might have added it later. Yeah, he's absolutely melting. Look away. Here we are. I'm guessing that's from the Sage. Yeah, he is, wow, we skipped his entire phase, didn't we? Okay, we didn't skip this phase. For a minute I was worried. But yeah, even with the stat crunch, he's pretty easy now thanks to General Gear. Ow. There we are. These guys are not targeting me for anything interesting. Probably for the best, mind, but... There we are. Probably just eat that. Oh yeah. I can just eat that. Here comes their ultimate. Knights of the Round. Ultimate end. That attack was actually pretty much the only threatening thing he had back when Heaven's Orders new. Unfortunately, he's one of the easier final bosses, I felt. Or maybe I'm just really, really good at fighting him. Who knows? And there we are. I hope whoever is finishing off Heaven's Ward at the moment enjoys the story. There we are. Why walk when I can be extremely lazy and teleport? But now I'm officially level 89 and I can continue on. Yeah, there's a few things I could probably do to make my clickless combo a bit easier. Well, step at a time, step at a time. Time to head on over to the level 49 dungeon. At least I think this is going to lead to the 49 dungeon. The fact that he said it's actually a lot more complicated than just talking to her implies, okay, got it, we have to go through some ethereal place, fight some strange monsters, and then speak with Heidel at the end. Here we are. Fortuno is ready to lead you to meet Heidel at last. We make for the lift at the center of the chamber. Come. Alright, here we are. Pretty neat light down there. But is that a teleporter or Urianger. As a means of communing with the heart of the star, it is disappointingly mechanical in design. I doubt there's anything worth carrying over. Not for Heidelin's champion at any rate. They must employ a full cohort of engineers just to maintain the lifts. Am I the one feeling terribly nervous? Surely not. The ether here is more brilliant than I've ever seen. This doesn't strike me as particularly dangerous, unless one's afraid of lifts. The ship in the way, I didn't even notice this was here. Yeah, the ship does have a kind of command the presence of the area, doesn't it? I should hope that Master Fortuno has more to air to share ere sending anyone stumbling to the ethereal sea. Alright, well, as you all know, alongside our physical world is an ethereal plane, what we refer to as the ethereal sea. At the heart of the star, the physical and ethereal are one and the same. Thus, the deeper we go, the easier it is to pass between said planes, so we're going into the life stream of the planet's what I'm getting out of this. We utilize this principle in constructing the anti-tower, and once more here in Thalmazin. No sooner did the Forum decide to withdraw from Eorzea than we began work on this facility. Our work culminated in a device that allows us to peer deeper into the ethereal sea than ever before, in search of Heidelin's ever fainter echoes. The Altioscope. Can you communicate with her through this device? For a time, yes, but since the 7th, it's been rare to hear even a whisper. If you wish to reach her, you must journey closer to the center of the star than we have ever dared, beyond the Altioscope. Even so, there's no guarantee you'll find her, nor of your safety, not so deep within the ethereal sea. We understand, but for to deliver this world, we have no choice but to try. I know, I only wish we could do more to observe your progress from afar. The telescope's ocular lens, which we may peer to the ethereal sea without placing ourselves at hazard, lies above us, through which we can watch and guide you. In the swirling depths, there are pockets of ether so dense and turbulent they can unravel one's soul. If we determine you are at risk of coming into contact with such a pocket, we will recall you with teleportation. To that end, it would be best if one familiar with the composition of your souls remained here to assist in assessing said risk. Otherwise, there's an increased probability we'll extract you too early or too late. Please allow me. I have thought upon this much, and in truth I do not believe I am fit to join you for the trials ahead. The events at the Tower of Babel drained me, yes, but even before that, your capabilities far outstripped my own. There's no time to have a weak link in our vanguard, no matter how much you may wish it otherwise. If I assist in the matter that Master Fortuno has laid out, however, I may still be of use. Will you trust in me to do so? I can think of none I trust more, compared to all the efforts you put into keeping us alive while our souls were in the first, preventing us from dissolving to ether on a single expedition ought to pose no challenge at all. And even if we did, I'd expect you to hunt us down and restore us to health somehow. You flatter me, but rest assured I will be keeping a close eye on all of you. There is one more thing. Those in Age's Path referred to the Ethereal Sea as the Underworld, our final resting place. So its embraces is memory washed away, leaving only the purity of one's soul, or at least we believe. Yet what of those memories? Few think to ask of what comes of them, cast adrift in the ethereal tides. Some theorize they may linger for some time, those associated with strong sentiment in particular. In those depths, memories of the departed may even coalesce around you, for hatred or for love. Though I do caution you to be wary, but also to have faith. Remember those who did gladly extend a hand, and they may lift you up once more. The Ida scope. Yep, I knew this was coming. Guess I need to queue up for this. Oh, interesting. It's a cap? Average island? Okay, I'm well above the limit here, yeah. I don't understand why these facilities are so heavily guarded. If this fell into the wrong hands, the wisdom of Hydaelyn could be dangerous, it is true. However, that danger is not compared to what would result should the common folk en masse venture into the ethereal sea unprepared, which they most certainly would if they thought it would allow them to speak with the dead. Once that secret got out, no rational argument could dissuade people from wanting to see their loved ones, no matter how ephemeral the meaning. If Hydaelyn be willing or unable to divulge Medion's location, I shall see our comrades delivered to the moon, one and all. I pray, however, the eventuality doth not come to pass. While even a sliver of hope remaineth, we must needs fight on. I cannot help but think of those who were transformed into beasts, their ether dissolved in nothingness, their souls forever lost. Yet I dare say Fandaniel still wanders the ethereal sea, as do ancients who gave rise to Zodiarchs, setting in motion so many cataclysmic events. If there is a justice or morality that governs our fates, I do not know it, nor do I think any man ever will. I've seen more than enough death in my time, friends, enemies, far too many to count. Once revenge was all I lived for. All the hate, the anger, what good did it do? None, that's what. Why I say there's no point living for the past. It's the present that needs protecting. If some part of them remains in the ethereal sea, do you think... Forgive me, that's not why we're here. All that matters is we're here. No matter what happens, she'll always be with us. With Orion, most of all. She tells us to live in the here and now, to do what must be done. And we will. We've always tried to do the right thing, but have not always been kind nor merciful. I should be surprised if some few harbored resentment for us as they passed on. We must face these truths even as they come. Maybe our enemies are down there, but if we beat them once, we can do it again. I'm more concerned about our meeting with Hydaelyn. We may find our truth, but what if... No, I'd rather not think on it. Let us move on. Alright, once you're below, you should proceed through the Aeteoscope to the central observatory. That is where the objective lens is located. We can manipulate it to direct the ethereal current deeper into the sea. Though I shall assist you in every way possible, this is your journey to make. When you are ready, I bid you step forth. I hope to guide you via link pearl once you're inside. But given the density of the ether, I'm not sure how long the connection will hold. Even if you can't hear me, however, be assured I'm watching over you. You sound just like Hydaelyn now. Unfortunately, we may be here for some time. So you know what? I'm gonna teleport and do precisely what Copen recommended here, and do some of these ether quests here. As we've established, I'm always slightly behind no matter what I try to do, so no point in wasting time. Fret. She's awfully worried about something. Vex veterinarian. Wrangling with a beast of a problem. Excuse me, sir, I couldn't help but notice you have a way about you that simply screams I have an affinity for creatures of the wild, and some never wrong. Might I trouble you? What do you need? See, amongst the troops of trolls living in the outer circuit, I came upon one who was sick beyond measure. I took the poor creature in at once and had him healed, but when I attempted to return him, he flew into a panic as if he could not bear the thought of going back. Thank God I was worse, and saw fit to escape to a den of Analas. I would go after him, but I'm so fumble-footed I'd scare him off like as not, be torn limb from limb. If I turn to you, would you seek it out? I shall provide you with a favorite food. With it, you should calm the thing. Hopefully that'll be enough to see its senses restored. Although I shudder to think of it, if any of those seek to impede your as to the troll, make those beasts regret their interference. Oh, don't worry, you'll be rewarded for your efforts. What am I to do? You're the adventurer who helped out the students of the Destiny, aren't you? I suppose it matters not, but my son seems to have run away. Why was there a child here in the first place, if you don't mind? Yeah, simply put, my wife and I work at the Emporia, and she happened to conceive whilst we were living here. I assure you, we have many sleepless nights wondering if we should quit our jobs and leave Labyrinthos to entrust the child to a friend of ours to dwell somewhere more suitable. Ultimately, we decided to continue our work while raising a child here. After all, our research is focused on the very future our offspring will inhabit. The issue is that magic prevents us from revealing anything confidential. It's too potent to be used on children. Of course, we can't let the little one roam freely. There's no telling what he might impart to others, so we spent entire life thus far within the confines of the hamlet. We recently had a slight spat, and he decided to flee. I imagine going after him will only make things worse. Could you go in my stead? I'm sure he'd be more willing to listen to anyone other than his parents right now. Okay, we just need a healer and everything will be done. Thank you. Verpauline, my boy, is most likely at the Plaza to the east. I cannot imagine he's stuck any further on his own. The dog barking? Oh dear, I hope he doesn't get picked up by the stream, but that may be unavoidable. Excuse me. What were you? Ran off, I see. Ooh, perfect, the anti-scope. Light party. Oh dang, this looks really neat. Within the ethereal sea itself. White Mage, Dark Knight, and the Northern Empty, the Ideoscope. Is that a fellow Reaper? I can't tell, actually.
All seems in order with the lens, and I trust you can hear me.
Excellent, we can hear.
Those things are pure malcontent. The residue of lives unfulfilled.
Looks like, okay, yeah, 2 Reapers, a White Mage, and a Dark Knight. Perfectly solid team, I'd say. By which I mean I'm in no position to complain. I'm one of the reasons Reapers are freaking everywhere right now. Usually when the dog barks, that means someone's walking around outside. Although given how late I stream, that's actually quite rare. I need to remember, prepare soul sow. Always prepare soul sow. Sinking cynicism. Oops, they're all dead. Oh, we can't go that way. Sinking rivalry. I should have used my team buff a bit ago, but I'll save it for the boss fight. At least when I get to 90, I'll get my ultimate nuke, the Communio skill. Fed bonus, there we are. Need to have it ready for the first boss, which is absolutely here. Ilberd, the Unrelenting. Oopsie. This hitbox is so tiny. Oops, I forgot to put my debuff on there. Take this from me. Never will I surrender. Livia, the Undeterred. Yeah, the timer ran out on that. I see. It's the ones that are glowing that indicate which way head. Alright, I'll need to keep an eye on those. Glad I stuck near the white mage. They seem to have some idea what they're doing. There we are. Got the heat time on everyone's. Livio's come back in the normal form. am I paying? Please, Wasabi. Ouch. Oh dear. We should still be able to do this. No, I can't. I didn't realize the party-wide was going to be that painful. Oh dear. I would have used my shield if that was the case. Well, it's first week of official rule. Mistakes can and will happen. Well, at least the other Reaper knows what he's doing.
Follow the flow of ether. It will guide you. The ether is too dense. Ah, I'm losing you.
Oh crap. Aiming. Why do I keep getting aiming gear? Oh wow, this looks beautiful. So we're past the part where they had prepared their own stuff. Well, at least one Reaper knows what they're doing. Sinking dissension. Russian memory of an Archon takes form. Rush familiar delight, the memory of a kind-hearted knight takes form. Thank you, my friend. It doesn't name them, but it doesn't have to. I don't think I can even properly explain it. Should probably go without saying, but these are all referencing people who have died throughout the course of the game. Fitting I'm a Reaper, they clearly need to be shown the way to the final rest. Bracelet of healing. Well, at least the healer gets something good. Dang, I really love the way this dungeon looks. As my life belonged to the Empire, and death so shall I serve. Unshakable. Now, these guys are hurting like hell. Again, this is another enemy we fought back in Romerborn. He was actually the first trial fight. We have 2 Reapers might as well use it now. Oh dear. Oh crap, I messed up. I'm in the wrong spot. Damn it. Sorry. Hello, Infinity. I'm in the level 89 dungeon, so we're reaching the end here. We're deep within the ethereal sea, the life stream of the planet itself. And it seems some bearing a grudge from earlier in the storyline wish to have a rematch. But of course, others who have helped us and fallen. Well, mistakes happen. Like I said, we're still in the first week of official release for the game, so accidents can and will happen. If anything, I'm glad the game is not afraid to take off the kid gloves. That helps. Well, expect me to have lots of feels in the coming cutscenes, because simply being reminded of some of the friends we've lost along the way has been an experience, that's for sure. That isn't much better. I definitely want to do the quest that'll reward me with some jewelry. I absolutely need some upgrades. Alright, this one's running out first, so we go here. Remember in the previews they said they were going to do stuff to make this guy a bit more tricky and more boring. First trial fight after all. I guess they weren't kidding. He's even got to come back here for round 2. And as we can see, he's definitely through. He's absolutely through screwing around with us. bullshit. Alright, this one's going to end first, so... Now it looks like we're both buzzsawing at the boss now. This is fun. Let's see. I really need to focus hard on getting my positionals, but I don't want to give him any downtime for my attacks either. There we go. Another bracelet of healing. Sheesh. Will be a better Reaper yet, just you watch. Dang, this dungeon is getting more and more stunning every time the further I go into it. Sheesh, yet another healing bracelet. This has been matching my luck with the whole thing so far, I swear. Once again, I forgot the soul so. I mean, it's not a huge deal, but every blue pill would be nice if I just smartly remember it. Now this would be good if I was my red mage, so I could clean this up, but I guess that's just how it goes. I've been getting tons of scouting and healing gear this whole time. In fact, I think I'm feeling his spirit. I don't want to use the super mode again here, so I'm going to just continue on with this one. There we are. Seeking regret. Slaying, finally. Of course, the other one might get instead, but I don't mind. He's a better Reaper than me. He deserves it if he wins the role. Who are we gonna see again?
Is as far as you go. Oblivion beckons!
The true Fandaniel. Sundered Soul, Amon, the Undying.
Many faces have I worn, but this is my favorite by far! You will persist in this folly no longer!
Oh balls, I really should have dodged that. Or at least shield myself. Ow, ow, ow. That was painful. Oh, we lost our healer from a DC. Well, that happens sometimes. Really can give it a moment to get back. Yeah, my gear's all 83. That is not good. Oh, trigger copper, I didn't even see that thing. Casting. Do not need. He won the roll. Yeah, that's fine. As long as another Reaper got it, we're good. Okay, so notes to self, avoid the mirror. Okay, note to self, avoid the mirror's face, I think it's called. Feet among the undying. See? Amon. The game. This is a moment while we wait. Oh right, I should soul sow.
favorite by far! You will persist in this folly no longer!
Iceheart's protecting us.
What a boorish audience you are!
I always look in the right place purely by luck. His left, not mine. Rapid. This is gonna hurt. Dark Force. 4, 3, 2. Notice that the left and right fire shots are based on his left and right, not mine. So I definitely need to keep that in mind for the future. But good to know that even with my Arcane Crest shield, I cannot survive a tank buster. So, Reaper tank, not a good idea. Alright, let's extend the electricity further out so we go... Oh, so we go up first.
Many faces have I worn, but this is my favorite by far! You will persist in this folly no longer! The stage is set!
Alright, look at that, always goes in the same direction each time, so we can track that.
Let the curtains rise for the main attraction!
A bracing wind leaps from the pages of memory.
What a boorish audience you are!
Wasn't close enough. Ow. I messed up. Really badly. Okay, so his mirrors are not fixed like I thought they were. That's the thing to keep a note of, I suppose. Thundaga Forte. This is a rough fight. This is rough, but I entirely blame myself, or at least for mine. I can't control. Oh crap, the healer is connected. I keep forgetting Fire Aga Forte is based off his left and right, not ours. pixel plane, ethereal lens, or static peak. Soul crystal string. And okay, I could just. That's a good idea. I could just do the opposite. I'll use mitigation on it. Does have the blackest night, which is pretty good. I imagine Soul Soul is supposed to be used during downtime against trial bosses, since 5-second cast time is absurdly long. Fire. Our healer may have a few connection issues, but I can assure you, with how bad DPSQ times are, it's much easier to just deal with it rather than try to re-queue and get another healer or tank.
Many faces have I worn, but this is my favorite by far.
See, I was not close enough.
Persist in this folly no longer. The stage is set.
Oops, I miscalculated what that was. Thought that was going to be his room wife. We're getting the mechanics down, we're learning. That episode is right. Interact, let's see here if this is it. Okay, I broke my shield, and so that means everyone gets a bit of a heal.
Let the curtains rise for the main attraction.
Shiva to help us, Lady Iceheart. I'm gonna use the crappy range attack that's like 1 damage. I doubt it'll matter too much in the end, but it'll if it helps.
What a boorish audience you are!
messed up that mechanic real bad. We got it. We all got it. Shield active. We got him. We took him down. See, we were able to learn his mechanics. We were able to figure out how he works.
Lies! All lies! Your dreams, your hopes, your futures, delusions and lies!
Absolutely want that choker. Oh, I got the... That's fine. Here we go. Oh, I got a player commendation. Well, I did at least commendate the other Reaper. Shame the others left, but it's fine. I think I think that was worth it. I think he was a pretty good Reaper anyways. He survived better than I did anyway. There he is.
My very essence begins to wane. Sweet, sweet agony.
Leave this to him.
Indeed.
Come to deal the coup de grace.
Like I said, I need to ferry you across the river Styx. Your existence has been quite tortured. You deserve rest.
Watching you struggle against the inevitable is bad comedy. Erase me from existence, soul and all.
Have you any memories of... Do you recall your days as Hermes? You recall your days as Hermes? I think that's the more prudent question to be asking.
How would you know that name?
Did you know that name?
Then it was you. In Elpis. With Emet-Suk.
Ah, he does remember.
The final pieces fall into place. In my halcyon days, as the mortal Ammon, I was haunted by a dream. Night after night, the faceless multitude, the voiceless cries. But slowly,
The fog began to clear. This was Elpis. And I was Hermes. Recurring though it was, I paid this dream little heed.
Indeed, why would you?
It was only when I was granted the seat and memories of Fandaniel that I knew these visions to be true. They were the memories of Hermes that he himself erased using the power of Kairos.
Because he had returned to the ethereal sea and been reborn as a Moan, he was able to get them back.
Or so he thought. In his attempt to burn away the events of that fateful day, he succeeded only in searing them more deeply into his soul. My soul. Death failed to expunge them. No matter how many times it came. Rebirth after rebirth, from one Fandaniel to the next.
It was suggested that some things are so intense they will leave a permanent impact on the soul.
I wonder, is Emet adrift somewhere in this ethereal sea? In defeat, finally remembering your time together in Elpis? How it must gall him to be entrusted with knowledge of the final days, only to be rendered powerless to act upon it. So many lifetimes dedicated to restoring his beloved Amarok in blissful ignorance. Oh, folly. But make no mistake, my life as Hermes is not the reason I invited the world's end. I have lived. I have struggled. I have dredged the very depths of despair. And in the detritus of existence, I found the truth. I served a great ruler, powerful beyond measure. The world his dominion. Yet even he and his vast empire were destined to fall. To become one with oblivion. At the end of life's journey lies only death. So I ask you, why live at all? We betray, we torment, we murder. We are wicked, spiteful creatures. Without exception. If life is so sacred, so precious, why fill it with such misery?
There cannot be light without darkness, and there cannot be joy without sadness.
Man wallows in a hell of his own making without purpose or meaning.
Not all the more reason to create a purpose or meaning, then.
To live is to suffer, and I would end that suffering by my own hand. It matters not if it flies in the face of all believed right and just. Death is the only solution! That is my truth. My answer to the question. And yet, even as the words pass my lips, I am filled with doubt. Has my search reached its end? Was this the only way? After all these years, is this the answer I was hoping for?
The lamentations of the damned. How it vexes me to see your conviction falter at the last.
You...
Van Still clinging to existence, I see. You, who champion death so fervently, unwilling to accept your own, refusing to be purified and swept into the sea of souls. As do I.
As do I, that voice.
We prisoners to metal, watching as the world turns. Though unlike me, you will be spared the ignominy of having your corpse made a puppet, dancing to another's tune.
Is that Arsahi?
How very astute. But let me be clear, I have not come to consort with the likes of you.
Sai, the one whose body was...
Nor have I come to bemoan the state of the world following my untimely demise. In fact, I delight in mankind's downfall and the anguish it brings the savior of the savages.
Well, I guess now these two are in the room...
If I played some small part in the chaos, all the better. Not that I was in any position to resist. But to be made accomplice to the betrayal of Lord Xenos. I would die 1,000 deaths to exact my vengeance. Now you are at my mercy. I shall drag us both into oblivion, and you will never see the fulfillment of your magnum opus, even should you be reborn. Your desperate search for answers must start again.
Maybe that would be preferable. Next time, we'll find the answer together.
Even here, even now, you have every right to hate me. For the fool I was, for the monster I became. But I will not beg forgiveness. The tale of Hermes, the man who knew so much, yet understood so little, ends here.
Don't try to follow me. I had more of you people than I could stomach in life. Never mind in death.
Well, I guess we shouldn't be
Likewise.
doing it.
I pray we do not meet again.
Incredibly blunt, but I suppose no point in holding back.
You had better hope not.
He seems all too willing to accept his demise. Well, I guess we weren't supposed to do anything about that. We are.
Come. Hydaelyn is waiting.
Fortunately, there's only one level left and only one way we can have a trial fight. Before then... But then who could it be then? Seems like it's not anyone we know so far. I guess if Xenos is the only one, could possibly be it, but... Can we find Hydaelyn here? The Mother Crystal herself. Oh, she really is a giant crystal, I thought.
Brave travelers, I welcome you.
Ah, there's her true Hydaelyn. Although this area does look suspiciously like a battleground. Meet again, Vana.
I see. Thou didst journey unto Elpis. And now, The rivers of time converge. I know why you have come. Yet I would hear you speak your reasons all the same.
You created the moon to deliver mankind from the final days. But is that really how it has to end? We do not wish to abandon this world. We want to protect the source and all of its shards.
To flee is but one of two paths. The other leadeth to Meteon, far beyond the stars, where she doth chant creation's requiem. Her domain is formed of dynamis, pure, absolute. Where emotion and memory govern all, ether will avail you naught. Meteon hath gathered the pain and despair of countless stars, and to go unprepared is to go unto your doom.
We'll beat her. We'll win. I swear it. Is what I might have said, once. After everything I've seen, all the times I've succumbed to my own anger and fear. I can no longer pretend that courage and faith will be enough. But are we truly so powerless? That our only choice is to flee?
Far from it, my child. Long ago, the inhabitants of myriad stars, many more prosperous than Atheris, sought to free their worlds from life's woes. Sorrow and anger, conflict and hostility, despair, and even death itself. But as Meteon reported, every attempt ended in failure. Darkness abideth within every living being and can never be cast out. Neither reason nor faith can challenge this immutable truth. To live is to suffer. And in suffering, find strength, and purpose, and hope. As you have done so many times before. Thou dost pursue an impossible dream, yet knowing this, you pursue it nevertheless. And thou hast learned to depend on others as they do thee. Thy yearning for the power to save the powerless hath ever driven thee to greater heights. Thou hast grown strong. Though those closest to thee no longer walketh by thy side, their love remaineth thy guiding light. For duty's sake, thou hast been bound by truths unutterable time and time again. Yet thy heart hath never wavered, as thy companions will attest. In thy pursuit of mysteries great, all thou believest is brought into question. Undaunted, thy thirst for knowledge remaineth unquenched. The fires of hatred that once burned in thy heart burneth no more. From their ashes doth spring the light of love, warm and pure. As witness to black calamity, thou despaired at man's helplessness. Resolved, thou didst unite a distant world on the brink of collapse.
But each and every one was done. Oh yeah, because we explained it to her, of course she remembers.
And thou, my champion. When all did seem lost, thou never abandoned hope. For every trial and every foe that did bar thy way, thou hast proven equal to the challenge, drawing courage from the many bonds forged on thy journey. You have all known despair, And though the end approacheth, you walk on, heads held high. Therein lieth your power. The strength to silence the song of oblivion.
Then there is a means to confront her.
Yes, if you should prove yourselves worthy. Hark! Nigh impossible is it to send mortals to the edge of the universe. Should you fail, there will be no second chance. As the will of the star, I ask of you this. Do you possess the fortitude to stand firm when all around you doth crumble? Do you possess the faith to vanquish despair itself? Should you lack the strength to best a supreme deity, I cannot allow you to make the journey. You must leave this star and never return. Prepare yourselves.
Prove ourselves worthy, then. Sounds straightforward enough.
Aye. No room for confusion there.
In any case, we've come too far to back down now.
I am of the same mind. What power I have, I shall bring to bear.
The three of you seem to be forgetting who we're up against. It's not every day we battle a divine being of untold power. Well, not quite every day.
Well, not quite every day. More like every other week.
Do try not to get underfoot. Needless to say, there'll be no margin for error.
Let us hold nothing back. For the people of this world and those beyond the rift.
Alas, the question I posed to thee in Elpis hath remained unanswered these long years. I would hear thy response, warrior of light. Shouldst thou emerge victorious?
The despair is even more powerful, as we saw in the flashback. Even when yourself to the absolute limit, it was impossible to... It was pretty much impossible to... During this quest, when using the Trust System scenario mode, you have the opportunity to undertake this trial with a party of Scions. Some of these allies' roles differ from those you are normally able to select. In addition, you may now enter with a party of NPC avatars. MSQ call us incomplete, pitiful creatures, he said. Maybe we are. Pain, grief, fear, they walk us wherever we go. We have proved and we have the desire to live, and we'll prove it to Heidelin. Meteon, the universe itself we must. Should we bring our singular talents to bear as one, even the gods may fall. Nevertheless, I prithee throw myself not into peril, at least our curative resources be spent. Pain, despair, aye, we're old friends. I've lost count of the times I've cursed my own powerlessness. But it's the blessed moments within between that I choose to hold in my heart, memories, and possibilities. I fight to keep these things alive. Benfilia and Reen, say nothing of you, Lot, I know, will never settle for less. From the ruins of a sundered paradise did she rise to grant the star new life. As its will, long as she labored to guide her children. Make no mistake, this trial puts to proof Heidelin's own faith. What, surprised to hear me and love mention the same breath? I've not a heart of stone, even my darkest hour there are people I cared about. mentors, comrades, that woman who gave her life for us. And you and Alphino threw my eyes off a bridge, and I've never known peace since. Never in the past, present, or future have I found only happiness. To live is to be beset by hardships great and small. Yet as in adversity we find ourselves strength to strive for the next moment of peace and the next, no matter what trials we face. By this strength, because the will of the gods been defied, forever change, may it so be again today. If strength is the courage to confront your failings and accept you are worthy of another chance, to rise from the ashes while the fire still burns, bloody but unbowed, then my friends have made me strong. You know what, let's go with form party and face Hydaelyn, Sage, Astro, All-Rounder, Gunbreaker, Sorceress, Struga, Reaper, and me. Reaper. The Mother Crystal. I can learn the mechanics by watching what the party does by doing this, and I don't have to worry about speed or anything because, well, that's not the point. The Sea of Stars. The Mother Crystal. Ooh. Divine Light. Hydaelyn.
I, the last of my kind, shall test thee. Come, prove thy worth.
Some good upgrades here, and we're gonna use food for this, absolutely. Skill speed, determination, vitality, tenacity. Come on. Spectate rate, this is good. Alright, a bit more, this should be good here. Alright, let's go.
Have you the strength of will to alter man's fate?
Hold still.
Heroes Radiance.
Shades of ours, may the test continue. I will not hold back.
And once again, I forgot Soul, so how very annoying. But this is a trial fight.
By blade!
Ouch, ouch, ouch. Built to live. Standing tall despite damage and always on incapacitation. Oh dang, that actually stopped me from being killed. I need to be very careful. That cleared all my vulnerability stacks. Alright, so I guess this is scripted if you decide to go with NPC allies.
Allow me.
Darn, I was a little late to that.
There. You're mine.
By blade!
Allow me.
crystals of light to me.
So what is she planning? It's high concentration of ether. The alignments are elements are in perfect alignment.
Here. The song of creation's end. Feel. The sorrow at hope's demise. Think.
Hold still.
Find your way in the darkness.
You underestimate me.
Allow me.
Follow your light. Or fly, my children, and never look back.
Get behind me. Hers is the power to sunder worlds. It'll take more than
You
that.
are resolved. With
Vermilion Scourge. I really should have activated that. Oh crap, I can't see shit.
by crystal's light. Let's give them a show.
You survive by the virtue of your strength of will. Okay, yeah, so I can't lose this, it looks like. I genuinely did not know that. I mostly wanted it because it felt too thematic.
High or low? I will not hold back.
The crystal is empowering Heidelin.
Light unyielding.
Oh, I did lose. Alright, so I have to... Okay, so I can lose. That's embarrassing. Alright, so I just need to... Okay, so I can take 2 KOs. Okay, yeah. Willful. Burning for battle. Sustaining damage to a normal zone KO will ignite will to live. Okay, so I can mess up 3 times before I'm forced to restart.
Have you the strength of will to alter man's fate?
This is the test we must overcome, so be it. I don't know how I missed those stacks, but oh well. Alright, and note to self, the moment the LB3 is ready, I must use it before Alice does, because Reaper, the end is far better than Vermilion Scourge.
Near or far?
distance then. Whoops.
By blade!
Oh, for Urianger. I didn't know the CPU could mess up those mechanics. It's not a big deal. I don't think they're going to lose, but... Still, I'm glad I decided to do this with the truss instead of the just the players. It just feels too thematic. Oh crap, that would have killed me. Well, I can prevent dying.
Hold still. Something special for you.
By blade!
Something special for you.
Crystals of light, to me.
Should be a pretty easy one. Such high concentration of ether. The alignments aren't elements of alignments.
Here. The song of creation's end.
Wait, what? What happened? What happened there? Oh, it's giving me another stack because I died pathetically. Okay, note to self, the edges of the arena are kill edges. I genuinely did not know that was the case.
The strength of will to alter man's fate.
Okay, good. I need to maintain this. After what happened with the special trust for the 87 dungeon, I felt it might be better sticking to this thematically. I don't regret it. If anything, it's better that other players don't see my stupidity.
By blade!
Get back! I need to spam my limit break as soon as it shows up after Juice or Ultimate, because otherwise Ally Sage is going to use it, and Ally Sage is going to suck.
Make ready!
We're near or far!
Allow me!
By blade! Crystals of light, to me!
alignment with such a high concentration of ether? Well, they start with the fire crystal, I noticed, so let's go with that.
Here. The song of creation's end. Feel. The sorrow and hope's demise. Think. Find your way in the darkness.
I should be fine being here.
Follow your light. Or fly, my children, and never look back. Then you are resolved.
Good, at the end. Let's try to see the Reaper limit break.
By crystal's light. Light unyielding.
Well, I have 3 more stacks before I die for good, so I can survive this at least.
Refulgence eternal.
Oh, I need to stand on it? Okay, never mind. I messed that up really badly.
We're near or far.
That didn't work as well as hoping. Only 2 more mistakes. She's only halfway through. Balls, I am absolutely no good at this.
High or low.
You underestimate me!
By blade.
There we are.
Succumb not to fear.
Echoes. guess I want to stand here, since that's where everyone else is.
Light unyielding!
Damn it. How am I failing that mechanic? Oh, I see. I shouldn't be close to her, I guess. I only have one left, though, which means if I die next, it's over. Shit, I'm dead.
I will not hold back.
No more mistakes are allowed.
You underestimate me!
Away with you!
Something special for you.
We have to hurry. She's going to use another one of those moves. And I'm not going to be able to survive it. We got her. By the seat of our pants, but we did it. She's defeated.
At last, man has the strength to.
Oh crap, a bot in chat. Sorry, let me just go ahead and boot them. That'll suffice, and so it ends, all in a day's work. Battle will truly go down. Oh crap, I didn't read Raha's before I left. Battle will go down in history. We're anyone but us here to tell the tale. Oh yeah, that's gonna be a bit of a bugger, isn't it? Would it pay? We have proven equal to the challenge. Never thought we'd end up fighting Heidelin herself. Don't you have anything to say, Alphina? I guess he's waiting for the cutscene after to say anything. Well, here we are. I'm glad I did that with the NPC. I mean, the other players could probably carry me, but it's better I learn the mechanics, you know? And I didn't embarrass myself in front of other people.
This
Just,
can't be happening.
you know, in front of all anyone watching the stream. Because we defeated her. As a primal, she'll be returning to the ethereal sea.
Though my power is in constant flux, I have always kept a reserve for this very moment. It was a true test of your prowess. You have done well.
There is one thing I must ask. By sundering the world into 14 shards, the ether of all living beings too was divided. This reduction would in theory allow us to more easily interact with Dynamis. Having seen mankind brought to the very precipice of extinction, you wished for us to develop a means to overcome despair. You believed we had the potential, and sundered all creation to see it fulfilled. To deliver us to that swirling maelstrom of Dynamis in which our foe hides, and grant us the power to defeat her once and for all. Is this not true?
It is as thou sayest. 'Twas the trial to which I subjected mankind, and it hath led to untold bloodshed and suffering. There was no kindness, nor justice in the tragedy I wrought. When confronted with the almighty Zodiac, my only recourse was rend him and the world asunder, that his power be diminished for a time. And so it came to pass. Now you, my chosen, have surpassed my expectations, surpassed me. I entrust the fate of the universe unto you. This crystal contains the memory of Meteion's passage through the stars.
We can use that to track her then.
Deliver it unto the Loporrits. They will guide you to her.
Though they may be capable of crossing great distances, there is a vast difference between traveling to the moon and the furthermost reaches of the great expanse. And unlike Meteion, we cannot simply soar on waves of Dynamis to our destination.
Does not simply soar on waves of Dynamis into Mordor?
Indeed. To make such a journey would require an astronomical amount of ether. But a solution lieth close at hand.
Herself. Yeah, I think even...
Of course.
Yes, my child. Ever since I became the will of the star, the ether drawn here had slowly crystallized. They who have answered my call know it well. While I have remained hidden, it hath become the embodiment of the planet's will in my place. A faceless, omnipotent force of nature. The Mother Crystal, our final hope. Alas, I can do no more. The fulfillment of this task doth fall to you, my chosen. Now, heed these words. Darkness and light, despair and hope. As goeth one, so goeth the other. Become light, become hope. I have a gift for thee. Come closer.
What's on your mind?
Long have I searched for a means to safeguard the future of this star. Though I knew failure after failure, by recalling thy tales and my promise to thee, I found the strength to carry on. Though the world is ever changing, thy thirst for adventure hath never waned. Thine unshakable resolve never ceases to amaze, to inspire. As a mark of my gratitude, I bestow this final gift. Thou dost possess the crystal of Azum, yes? As Hydaelyn, I reside over the forces of stasis, tranquility, peace. The laws which impart stability to existence itself. I will weave this self-same power into the crystal, granting thee mastery over matter, to give form to the formless. Use it wisely, or it will not last indefinitely. As thou hast seen on thy journey through the ethereal sea, souls are drawn to thee. Mayhap this trait will prove to be a boon rather than a hindrance. It is thy hopes and prayers that enable Azum's invocations and give them life. So keep them close. But pray, remember this. When the way forward is hidden, even from the mind's eye, look not to the invocation, but within yourself. These were the words of the crystal's original bearer. With that, my work is finished. Fulfill our promise. Right the wrongs committed when the world was yet whole. Silence the song of oblivion. Teach her a brighter melody. Show her our journey is far from over.
I wanted to say thank you, but I think she'd appreciate more using her proper name. We will find our way.
Of this, I have no doubt. For yours is a light brilliant beyond measure. Long after I have gone, though not even my soul remaineth, my love will be with you forever, my dearest children.
Tens of thousands of years have all been working towards. Thank goodness, I never would have forgiven myself and come to your harm. She's given us all she can. We must share what we know with Father and the Laportes at once, and not let it go to waste. Go, did you meet Hydaelyn? You tell, how is she? Oh, you're not gonna like the news. She and Hydaelyn were two of a kind, weren't they? Full of love for the star and its people, always holding hope for our future. Far be it from me to refute Hydaelyn's own words, yet even if her actions were neither kind nor just, which we can yet give them a nobler meaning, we can make her faith salvation of mankind. If the dynamis is truly ruled by emotion, perhaps prayer has more tangible results than I suspected, albeit ones that are not always obvious to us In which case, we may hope that Hydaelyn's wishes continue to move the hearts of men as they set forth time and again. It is fortunate that Jano hath kept living way of praise of our progress. We require the Lord's aid now more than ever. A small for welcoming party, but I've never been one for crowds. I'll keep Hydaelyn's words in my heart as talisman and lodestone both. I'm gonna be honest and say I'm absolutely exhausted. In fact, that might have contributed to my performance, but I'm not gonna stay here and try and say, oh, it's because I was just half asleep. I mean, that probably was a contributing factor, but I was also just being really dumb, so... We shall be continuing this next time. And next time, we should be finishing off this storyline. Because there is a level 89, there's a level 90 dungeon and trial against the final boss. Mutios and her sisters, which I'm guessing are going to congeal together into whoever the final boss is. I wouldn't be surprised if it was Zeromus or someone familiar, but it does not matter too much either way. Because at the end of the day, it to be. He is stopping the end of the world. The one that's been going on for over 12,000 years, if I remember the time correctly. Alright, well thank you for watching, hope you had a good time, and I'll see you later.